Thanks, buddy. Excited to get started today. It's one of those fun days around the NHL, and as a Bruins fan, I'm usually used to being in a little bit of a different situation. Used to the Bruins being one of those teams that are swinging big and shedding assets out there trying to bring in a big dog, and it's definitely been a little different for the Bruins this year. Obviously, the season hasn't quite gone the way that they've wanted it so far. So it looks like the Bruins, are going to continue that trend of being sellers this year. And there's still some big trades out there that are not yet coming to fruition. So when those do, we're going to be live for the next 3 hours or so. When those do, we'll be sure to break those down and kind of talk a little bit about them as they go down. So what I think may be a good place to kind of start is just, recap what we did, what the NHL had going on yesterday, talk a little bit about that. And then we'll also break down some of the trades that have happened today. So let's go ahead and jump in and do that. So yesterday, we're going to take a look at the handy dandy trade tracker. So yesterday, there was actually a flurry of deals, some large, some small. First off, you had Brian Dumoulin, who's a Mainer, by the way, local guy. I believe he's from Biddeford, Maine. A defenseman traded from the Ducks to the New Jersey Devils, who are trying to load up to try to compete a little bit here. It's going to be a little difficult with the Jack Hughes injury that they're currently monitoring, and it looks like he's going to be shelved for the rest of the season. So that'll be interesting. So Dumoulin to New Jersey for Herman Traff, a prospect there, and a second-round pick, which is, pretty good business, I'd say, by the Anaheim Ducks there. Additionally, another minor deal. The Florida Panthers, who are trying to load up for a really deep run. Nico Sturm gets dealt from the San Jose Sharks, as well as a 7th-round pick in exchange for a 4th-round pick. So that's some good bottom six insurance for the Florida Panthers, who are trying to really build a deep roster run here. Additionally, Riley Smith, one of the original misfits, one of the original expansion picks that the Vegas Golden Knights made. He was reacquired by the Golden Knights. New York Rangers dealt away decent prospect, a former first-round pick. So Vegas continues the trend of trading first-rounders, whether they're draft picks or players that they've drafted with a first-rounder. So Brennan Brisson, a center prospect, as well as the 2025 third-round pick, goes to the New York Rangers in exchange for original misfit Riley Smith, and former Bruin, by the way, Riley Smith. Moving on the 6th, we also saw Carson Soucy get dealt for a 3rd-round pick. That seemed like it was pretty high of a price to deal Soucy. I thought probably Soucy is more of a 4th-round, 5th-round pick value on the marketplace, but pretty interesting to see where this is at. This is definitely a seller's market so far, and it's going to be really fascinating to see how the day kind of continues to shape up. Let's just take a quick peek at the Twitter, see if anything new is coming up for right now. Nothing going on necessarily right this second. Sounds like there's some talks going on about Brock Besser. We'll talk more about that as it goes through, but let's keep on recapping what's going on around the league. Nick, thanks for popping in, buddy. I wanted Dylan Cousins in Boston so badly. It's an interesting swap for Norris. Yeah, we're going to talk about some of the rumored swaps from today in a little bit. But before we do that, let's continue to break down what's going on yesterday. Too many recent injuries on Rangers. Yeah, it seems like the Rangers have really kind of rebuilt their blue line on the fly. I mean, they acquired Carson Soucy. They dealt away Ryan Lindgren recently. There's been a lot of movement going on for the New York Rangers. Yeah, that's a good point, Dookie. Everyone is still trying to figure out what's going on with Mikko Rantanen. I mean, there was rumors that the Carolina Hurricanes and the Dallas Stars had an agreement in place, but that agreement is currently being held up due to Rantanen's reluctance on signing an extension. I mean, with a pending UFA like that, the price, because he's, former 50 goal scorer, it's going to be high, but a team wouldn't really necessarily be willing to pay that price for a player like that unless they had some sort of assurances that he'd be willing to sign an extension. And rumor has it, I guess the Carolina Hurricanes offered a Rantanen, which he declined, was upward of $12 to $13 million per year, which, if you're familiar with NHL salary caps, that's a pretty heavy offer. So it seemed abundantly clear that Rantanen decided that, Carolina wasn't the place for him. And now Dallas is trying to play matchmaker and convince them and incentivize him to come to terms on an extension before they finalize that deal. What's up, Sully? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. About to say maybe San Jose gets him in the offseason, but at that cost, no thanks. Are you talking about Rantanen? I just candidly, I don't think I'm not really super confident in GM Mike Greer's ability to drive a successful contention team. I've questioned a lot of his trades. I thought that Hurdle deal that he made with Vegas was asinine. I didn't like that at all, and I'm not sure that he's the right guy to be the GM in St. Louis or in San Jose. And if I'm Mikko Rantanen, what kind of incentive would I have to choose a team like San Jose, who still has a long way to go? Now, I'm not saying they don't have good pieces there. You know, they've got some great players. Will Smith, Macklin Celebrini, great players. But I think that there's going to need to be some veterans that are brought in, you know, guys that are in their 30s that have already shown that they know how to win before San Jose really can be considered that free agent destination. The Bruins made a trade last night post game after that game that was just a perfect encapsulation of their season. So you didn't know Bruins played the Carolina Hurricanes last night. You know, Rantanen was in the lineup, Marchand's in the lineup, all these guys that a lot of, you know, trade speculation was occurring. And Bruins actually, I thought, played really well despite having, you know, a defense that is basically the Providence Bruins. And I actually thought that they outplayed the Hurricanes and probably deserved a different kind of fate at the end of that game. But as far as I'm concerned, every loss that the Bruins get right now is going to help them out immensely because it's going to improve their opportunity of winning that draft lottery. This team is just not built to make the playoffs. So even squeaking in, you know, I know they say all you got to do is just punch your ticket and anything can happen. This team is just not built for it. So the best thing the Bruins can do, and that's being, you know, capitalized by Don Sweeney with some of these moves, the Trent Frederick move, and then obviously this Justin Brazeau move that we're about to break down. You know, he's identifying it's time for a retool. And, you know, I would like to see them do something similar to what the Washington Capitals did a couple of years ago and not just do a full rip and replace because rebuilds don't always work. You look at the Buffalo Sabres, they've been in a rebuild for the last 15 years, I feel like, ever since Milan Lucic ran over Ryan Miller. That franchise has been just flailing. So rebuilds don't work. A retool is the way to go. So this deal that happened last night, Justin Brazeau, Brazeau was really a player that the Bruins got off the scrap heap. They signed him as a free agent. He didn't make it in the Toronto system. He worked his way up through the ECHL. He worked his way up through the AHL. He established himself as an NHL player, had a great playoffs with the Boston Bruins, even though they didn't go too far. But it seemed like his camp in the Boston Bruins front office never quite saw eye to eye. And it seemed like it was only a matter of time before he was going to be hitting the open market at the conclusion of the year. And, you know, Don Sweeney in the Bruins front office, I think, did a good job of identifying, hey, this is a player that is not going to be able to stick around here long term. So let's go ahead and see what we can get. And what do? They go out and they bring back good friend, Grapes, Jacob Lauko. Fan favorite. There's some question about his health. It seemed like Minnesota decided it wasn't going to be a good fit long term. And they decided, you know, hey, why you guys like Lauko? Lauko liked you. Why don't you take him back, move some bodies around? But the really interesting piece, and I still don't have the ability to pronounce this name yet. I know it was posted somewhere and I had it written down, but now I don't have it. But 22-year-old Marat Kuznetsov, butchered that. I'll get there eventually. He's a 5'10", 5'9" centerman who's known for his skating ability, really responsibly. He plays as a responsible two-way center, but he's got some good playmaking abilities that haven't quite, you know, erupted at the NHL level. He was much more productive in the KHL. And, you know, like I said, he's a former second-round pick. So in order to get a, you know, young centerman, which center is probably the biggest position of need for the Boston Bruins, Jacob Lauko back, so familiarity, one of Swayman's best friends from previous seasons, and you get a pick on top of it. That's some pretty good maneuvering there from Don Sweeney, as far as I'm concerned. So that was a good move. That came in at 11:05 p.m. last night, and then you know, this morning, the first trade of the day, it was registered at 12:02, so just past midnight. What up, Drop the Mitts? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Late last night, Brock Nelson and William Dufour were dealt to the Colorado Avalanche. And this is quite the return that they got for an older Brock Nelson. They got Oliver Kylington, who is a good defense player there. Callum Ritchie, who probably becomes their best prospect right out of the hop there, and a first round pick and a conditional 2028 third round pick. So that was a heck of a deal for the Islanders. I got to give my props to Lou Lamoriello, although it was kind of interesting with Lou Lamoriello. It's very, very rare for you to hear any kind of smoke. He likes to operate in secrecy and in the shadows. And there was a lot of smoke with Brock Nelson and his availability being made. And it'll be very intriguing to see, what's going on that front. Hiff says Kylington's kind of meh these days. Yeah. It's still, it's a roster player, right? And bodies are important. You still have to ice a NHL caliber team. And the prize possessions there are going to be Ritchie and the first round pick. Moving on. Oh yeah, they flipped him for nothing 30 minutes later. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, they dealt him right over to the Anaheim Ducks, who apparently did need an NHL body. Jake Wallman, this was a deal that was rumored for a while there. It seemed like it was in the hopper with the Edmonton Oilers and the San Jose Sharks for quite a bit. I guess the Oilers needed to do some NHL roster gymnastics in order to facilitate this, but not bad for I guess I was just making fun of Mike Greer. This deal to get a first round pick and Carl Berglund for Jake Wallman, that's a cap bailout that they did for the Detroit Red Wings. So right after I am giving a hard time to Mike Greer, he makes a pretty savvy move here and picking up a first round pick for somebody they got for basically nothing. Hiff says, Wallman's the best ad so far on this deadline day. And so far, I have to kind of agree. There hasn't been a whole lot of other, deals. I do believe a lot of the deals that are going to happen are going to be kind of held up a little bit by the current Rantanen situation. Once the Rantanen situation has a little bit more clarity, those contenders that are really kind of waiting in the wings, I can only imagine the Dallas Stars obviously who have been rumored to be involved, maybe even the LA Kings, the Edmonton Oilers, these types of guys. Once that gets sorted out, these teams are probably going to look toward that, next, tier of player that are available. Anthony Beauvillier gets dealt to the Washington Capitals. The Capitals are having a heck of a season. They currently lead the Eastern Conference. They are just absolutely loading up. Beauvillier brings a high-end skill, and he's going to be a good fit for their bottom six to try to inject some scoring there. He's had some challenges with Pittsburgh. I think basically everyone not named Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby have had challenges with the Pittsburgh Penguins. So they're able to ship off Beauvillier and get a pretty good return with a second round pick. That's more than what he had been going for in previous transactions. Finally, the Philadelphia Flyers have begun their sell-off. Andrei Kuzmenko and a 7th round pick is sent over to the Los Angeles Kings, and the Philadelphia Flyers acquire a 3rd round pick. So that's going to be everything that I've seen so far. Frenchie's in the house. What's up, Frenchie? So we're going to go ahead, stop sharing screen for right now. What are your guys' favorite moves that you've seen from across the league right now? Sully asks, Ace, what's your bare minimum return for Marchie? All of the big reporters out there have said that the Bruins are still at a crossroads with this. They're serious about finding the best offer that they can if they do trade Brad Marchand. But it's still very much up in the air that Brad Marchand could sign an extension and remain a Boston Bruin. So it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. But to answer your question, my bare minimum return for Brad Marchand, if the Bruins are going to deal their captain, it's going to be a 1st round pick. It's going to be a roster player, and it's going to be a prospect. That's what it's going to take. And preferably, a mid to high tier prospect. And that's a lot. It's a lot for a player that's going on. He's a pending unrestricted free agent. It could just be a rental, and he's, 36, 37 years old. It's a high price to pay, and it's to be determined if another team's going to pony up. But we have seen a lot of speculation that teams like Los Angeles or Colorado or anything like that may be intrigued in adding Brad Marchand. But that's a TBD. I don't necessarily think Colorado is a team that's on the radar anymore since the Brock Nelson acquisition. So we'll have to monitor that. It was said that this deal is going to go down to the very, you know, to the wire with the deadline if it does happen. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I got a nice little environment here. I like it. We got Borky right over there too. So it's not necessarily a trade deadline trade, but Chicago did very well in the Seth Jones trade. Yeah, I agree, Frenchie. I don't know how many people expected them to land their franchise goalie and a 2026 first rounder and apparently a stacked class. Um, yeah, it'll be interesting. I do think that was some pretty shrewd business there by the Chicago Blackhawks. I mean, you have a player who's obviously, pretty disgruntled, a player that wants out of the organization, a player that is publicly going into the media and saying, I've been here for 4 years and we've been the worst team for 4 years and I just want to play playoff hockey. And, at that point, it's like a poison pill. You have so much youth in that locker room. Do you really want Connor Bedard to think that, like, that's the type of communication you should be having in the war room? They just don't have that, culture that, was synonymous with the Boston Bruins for so long when they had Zdeno Chara, when they had Patrice Bergeron. They don't have those people. Obviously, Nick Foligno's there, but he can only do too much, right? So they're able to move on from Seth Jones and pick up a first. Historically speaking, players like that, if you're trying to unload them when they're publicly upset, sometimes you'd have to add a sweetener just to get out of that contract. Exactly, Frenchie, exactly. You'd think that those antics would have, like, made it so, okay, you wanna take Seth Jones? I'll give you a 3rd round pick. You take him and just be done. But I will say that, Jones's on ice metrics, I don't have any visuals to talk about or any specifics, but what I had seen was that it really, bounced back a lot this year, and his on ice performance was actually pretty strong. And, I think that probably did a lot to help Kyle Davidson in justifying, you know, for the Florida Panthers, who are trying to load up again, and especially with their additional money that they have with Matthew Tkachuk on LTIR, maybe till the playoffs, they could go out and actually spend some money. Let's check to see if we've got any news from around the league. Okay, so there is the official trade for between the Ottawa Senators and the Buffalo Sabres. So the official trade is as follows: the Sens have acquired forward Dylan Cousins, defenseman Dennis Gilbert, and a 2026 second round pick from the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard Docker. So, um, interesting. I think that the advanced stats were more in favor of Josh Norris over Dylan Cousins. So it seems like these are just, a good trade to get a few players that are maybe looking for a bit of a change of scenery, right? Josh Norris has been there for a little bit now with Ottawa, hasn't quite, taken that next step that a lot of people maybe projected him to be able to. Hiff has a good point here too. Norris's health is the main issue. But Dylan Cousin goes to the Ottawa Senators, who, this is two teams in the Atlantic Division that have been just kind of, like I said, thrashing around and floundering around. And both of these teams are desperately trying to get an injection of excitement, an injection of, positivity, and potentially eventually punch their ticket to the postseason. Obviously, the Ottawa Senators are a little bit closer to that than what the Buffalo Sabres are. But it'll be interesting to see how Dylan Cousins does in a Sens uniform, who will be the players on his wing, that type of situation. So I do find this an interesting deal. I heard rumors that there were a lot of Canadian teams involved and in on Cousins, but it seemed like, Buffalo was looking more for a hockey trade rather than a strict liquidation of assets, which makes sense because they've been in that rebuild for so long. He's an incredible player, but can't stay healthy. Josh Norris. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. So let's take a quick peek to see what else is going on. Any more news around the league? Boston Bruins are scheduled to practice in a little bit. Players and equipment staff taking advantage of the warm Florida weather and doing some prep outside the rink. Da 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 da. Nothing going on that front. In regards to that Kuzmenko deal, apparently the Flyers are retaining 50% of his salary. And that is the first official hockey trade of the day, which will be interesting. TSN, of course, are pushing what's really going to get a lot of clicks. This headline right now: should the Leafs make a push for Marchand? Come on, come on. Like, I mean, I guess everybody has a price. Like we said, Brad Marchand could go, but it's going to take a heavy, you know, a really heavy offer here. And I don't know what the Maple Leafs draft capital looks like. Let's go ahead and take a peek. I'm going to share my screen again. Let's take a gander at that together. So if we go under draft picks, no first this year. So right off the bat, they're not going to have a first round pick from 2025, which is all right. You know, the Leafs are going to be second half, most likely, you know, between that 25 to 30 mark for their first overall pick this year, whomever owns that. So it would probably take, you know, that 2026 first, probably that 2025 second or third. And I don't even know who do they have in the prospects pool that would even move the needle for them. Um, the minors, Cowan, maybe. Yeah, none of these prospects are doing anything for me. So I don't know. We'll have to. Are there any Leafs fans in the chat? Like Leafs fans, if you're here, tell me what you would offer for Brad Marchand. What would you offer? Would a first from 2026, a third, and a prospect be? You guys would despise Cowan, small, undersized, skill forward. Well, that's interesting because the Russian kid we just acquired, he's 5'10". He's a small, undersized forward. You know, maybe that historical mentality of big bad Bruins isn't the way to go anymore. Maybe it's time to step into the 21st century for the Boston Bruins and get more, you know, smaller kids. I mean, you look at Matty Poitras. It's not like Matty Poitras is a prototypical Boston Bruin, right? So Matty Poitras is, you know, a playmaker. He's a smaller, you know, stature player, but he's a smart, cerebral player that knows how to distribute the puck. And he's been really well received as a Boston Bruin so far. So Marat's got that dog in him. That's right. Woo, woo. Ginger, I don't know if you're talking about me personally, Brad Marchand, Matty Poitras. I don't know. Probably, I'm assuming Brad Marchand, which is fair. If you're not a Bruins fan or a Team Canada fan at this point, you probably do hate Brad Marchand. But I will say that it seemed like during his Four Nations time, Brad Marchand, you know, converted a lot of friends from fan bases and as well as, you know, from, you know, his teammates with Team Canada there as he captured the Four Nations championship. Other teams that were rumored to be interested in Brad Marchand. Let's take a quick peek. I heard a lot about the Los Angeles Kings. So let's take a quick peek. They do have their first from this year. So I could see them doing a first from this year, a third from next year. And let's see what they got going on for their depth chart. Jack Studnicka. Yeah, bring him back. Oh, around second rounder with Hughes. I did hear rumors of Brant Clark. Yeah, which would be a great get. I also heard rumors that Quentin Byfield could be made available. I would love Quentin Byfield. He would fit that 1C role and slot, you know, Elias Lindholm down as the 2C in a much better place for him. So, um, other names that I'm kind of just keeping an eye out for right now. I talked a little bit about it in some of the articles I wrote for Fans First. Um, Boston Bruins wise, we're going to talk about the Bruins again here for a little bit until we have some more news coming out. Let's just take a quick peek to see if there is any more news before I jump on this. Nick Kyprios is now reporting that the Dallas Stars and the Hurricanes have made significant strides on a trade for Rantanen. A deal now appears likely. So it looks like maybe they're getting over those, contractual obstacles that they were stuck in. So that'll be something to monitor. And if that gets finalized, I think we'll see a lot of changes and a lot of things coming through the pipe there. So names that I already had listed on my article that was a trade deadline primer for the Boston Bruins on Fans First Sports. Trent Frederick already dealt. I love that deal for the Bruins. I thought Don Sweeney did a great job in it. We're not going to spend too much time talking about it. It's kind of old news at this point. Justin Brazeau already moved. Like the deal. Now we're going to talk about some interesting, roster-based players, which will be really intriguing to see what happens. Brandon Carlo is a name that's been going around, and Carlo is kind of an interesting one for me as a Boston Bruins fan and somebody that kind of covers the team. He's now the longest tenured Bruin not named Brad Marchand on the roster. So he's more of a, prototypical stay-at-home defensive defenseman. He's a guy that's, worn a letter from time to time on his jersey. He's a leader in the room. But, it's been abundantly clear that the Bruins, they're going to need to trade guys that they like in order to get assets. So Carlo is only 27 years old. He's under a $4.1 million cap hit through 2026, 2027, which is palatable, especially with the salary cap increasing. There's a pretty large, sizable increase in the salary cap coming this year as well as the following year. So that's going to be pretty well, absorbable by, prospective buyers. But, you got to give up talent to get assets, right? And Brandon Carlo is a guy that could easily fetch a first round pick and another prospect on the marketplace. Especially with the current prices. If Brian Dumoulin can fetch a third, Brandon Carlo, especially if you get like maybe a third party broker to retain some salary, we're talking at a heck of a return there. And I can see a lot of contenders, something like the Winnipeg Jets, they would really see a lot of value in bringing in Brandon Carlo to help, even solidify that blue line further in helping, Connor Hellebuck be even more efficient. Other names that I'm looking at maybe getting dealt today, Morgan Geekie. He's a friend of the show. I've had him on the podcast. We did the interview last year. We hope to have him on again. He's got the pending RFA contract status, just collected his 22nd goal of the year last night, 2 goals on the night last night. Has a lot of chemistry with David Pastrnak. This is going to be like a situation where you could potentially sell high. And, personally, I see the merit to shipping him out potentially and getting the best deal that you can. But I would love the Boston Bruins, to retain Morgan Geekie and keep him in the black and gold. But I could see him fetching quite the return as well. Another name to keep an eye out for is Charlie Coyle. Goes kind of under the mold of that Brandon Carlo. Coyle's a little bit older, 31 years old, local kid from Boston. Had one of his best offensive seasons, but the Bruins are looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, hey, what does next year look like for us if we're the Boston Bruins? What is our roster going to need? What do we need to do in order to take that step further and be a more competitive team and generate enough offense? Because right now they're not generating enough offense. And is Charlie Coyle the guy to keep as your second line center or third line center? Or would they be better served spending that, $5.25 million elsewhere? And, right now, Charlie Coyle has played his best hockey in the postseason, especially in that 2019 run. That third line was just cooking, and it was a differentiator between the Boston Bruins and other teams until they ran into the St. Louis Blues in the final. I think other contending teams that are looking for more help down the middle, especially in the middle six, ideally they're looking maybe to get a top tier third line center. Charlie Coyle is a great third line center. He's a fantastic third line center. The problem is that the Boston Bruins have been playing him like a number 1 center or a number 2 center. And he's just not that guy. You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy. So it'll be interesting to see this is not just a strict rental. And because there's a little bit of term here with Charlie Coyle, they got two, this year and next year under contract. You could potentially get, some more value there, and it'll be interesting to monitor that. The last one is Brad Marchand, and we've already broken that one down a little bit. So it will be very intriguing to see what the Boston Bruins are doing today. It also wouldn't surprise me if, they maybe look at a deal for Jonas Korpisalo, who I think has actually done a really good job this year salvaging his reputation across the league. He struggled as well as the rest of the Ottawa Senators struggled. I mean, the Sens went out, they acquired Korpisalo, they gave him the number one role, and he didn't perform. But that defense in front of him was abysmal. And but I do think that Korpisalo has played well as a Boston Bruin. And, there are teams out there that are looking for goaltending help. I think there's not a lot out there in regards to goalies. And, maybe if somebody is looking for that, they could maybe acquire a third round pick and get out of that, quite yucky contract situation that Korpisalo does have, especially when you already have $10 million tied up in Jeremy Swayman, right? Michael DiPietro down in Providence is just cooking. He was Providence's AHL All-Star, one of the top goalies in the entire league right now, and he's proving that, hey, I can play at the NHL level and I deserve a look. And I can say firsthand, when I went to development camp, when I was watching the goaltenders, DiPietro was one of the sharpest goalies I saw there. And it was his positioning. It was his athleticism. He made some of the greatest saves I had seen at that development camp. And I said it back then. I said it on Twitter. I said, DiPietro is my guy to watch. And I thought he was better than Brandon Bussey. And, I think he has been better this year. The stats speak that. So let's take a quick peek around the league. So Elliot Friedman is reporting that Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars are closing in on an extension. It's going to be just about to talk about that there. Davis, thanks, buddy. 8 years, $12 million per season with Mikko Rantanen, and he's going to be a Dallas Star. So it will be fascinating to watch how the rest of the market shakes down now that the Rantanen deal's coming to a head. So apologies for the brief quietness. This is the peril of running a stream by yourself without a co-host. While I'm trying to do some research and look up stuff, I don't have somebody else to kind of cover things for me. Good question there, Dookie. There's no rumored return yet, as far as I'm aware. I'm assuming that we will find out here pretty quickly on what that's going to look like. But hey, while we're waiting, Hif, do you want to come on? You're welcome, buddy. You want to come break down some news? While we're waiting, why don't we just while some news is coming in, why not do a little puck? What I'm curious is, why did Mikko Rantanen not want to sign with the Carolina Hurricanes for $12 million a year? I think that would be a pretty good deal. It is being posted on Sportsnet now. I've got on my big screen behind the TV. So Hurricanes trade Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars. There's no specifics right now. Are we thinking things are going to ramp up in the next hour? AJ, I think honestly that Rantanen deal was what was holding up a lot of stuff that's going on right now. So now that Rantanen deal is going to be coming through, I do believe that we're going to see some action going on. Their style of play doesn't suit him at all. You're talking about Dallas's style of play, or oh no, you're talking about Carolina's style of play doesn't suit Rantanen. I can see that. I mean, they definitely bet big on him because of the amount of Finns that they have on their team, like Sebastian Aho, right? And they just bet that, playing with a fellow Finn in Aho would be, appealing to him. But apparently it wasn't quite enough to move the needle. Oh yeah. If anybody wants to play some puck while we're streaming, it is free on Steam. You can download it and shoot some pucks. Dallas is the other big team in terms of Finnish players, HFFO says. That, and I would say the Florida Panthers are as well. The Panthers have basically, I think on the Four Nations roster, like they had like 4 Finns from the Florida Panthers on Team Finland. I suck. What do we got here? Any more news? Any more news? Oh, that's a good point that someone just brought up on Twitter regarding Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen. If he's truly just looking for, peak compensation, um, Texas doesn't have state income tax. So there's been a lot of speculation that the NHL should probably be looking at maybe addressing that in the next CBA about maybe like adding some sort of, I don't know, surplus or something, cap hit to teams that don't have to pay, state income tax. But I don't know why. Like that's always been a problem. That's not isolated to this year or recently. I don't know why. Like, is it just an issue because suddenly the Florida Panthers are good and everybody's just butthurt about that? I don't know. Seems a little odd. Really appreciate everybody that's tuning in. We got some fun numbers in here. Good amount of people. So appreciate your listenership and your viewership. Let's see what else is going on here. If you don't know, I run the Two Pad Stack podcast. It's a Boston Bruins pod that breaks down all sorts of news around the league, but it's obviously centered around the Boston Bruins. We break down the games, what's trending, topics like the coaching situation. The Bruins are going to need to have a new coach. All right, got another trade happening. Luke Schenn from Pittsburgh to the Winnipeg Jets. So looks like the Penguins are open for business. Yeah, that's a good call there, Hiff. Apparently, Brock Besser is more likely than not to be dealt. That's an interesting one. He's a sniper, right? But I feel like with Vancouver, who it's so hard to get a read on what Vancouver's all about. Like I go into a season, I'm like, oh man, like the Canucks are primed to go on a big run here. They're going to be really, really strong. And then like nothing happens. And all of a sudden there's a rift in the room. They have to deal JT Miller to the Rangers. Now Elias Pettersson is still upset and he's still not producing. And there's rumors that he could be dealt. Like at this point, like, do you just acknowledge that there's like some sort of poison pill in that room, that there's something just not working and you got to kind of rip it down. And I mean, obviously Elias Pettersson, that's a good player. He's a good scorer. He would be coveted. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if another team in the league would offer, 2 first-round picks because he's still young and in his prime. I mean, I would love to get Elias Pettersson on the Boston Bruins. I think that he would be a great fit to do what I've been kind of advocating for with the Boston Bruins. And that's not a rip and, full replace rebuild. Like I said, that doesn't always work. But that's kind of like that capital style retool and like that 2015 era Bruins retool that could really be done. I mean, you think of like Pettersson with a guy like David Pastrnak, and Pasta's really kind of redefined his game. Everybody thinks of David Pastrnak as like an elite sniper, but this year you've kind of seen a renaissance in him. He shows a lot of signs of like David Krejci's playmaking, I think, and playing with a guy like Pettersson at the center position. That could be a heck of a combo, especially with somebody like Geeky on the wing. Yeah, Dubas is AJ. That's a good point. Dubas does he's full rebuild mode, and that's going to be difficult, right? How do you say that to Sidney Crosby, right? How do you say, hey Sid, like we want you to stay a Penguin for your entire career. You are our franchise, all that kind of stuff. But guess what? We're going to sell. We got to get assets. Our prospect pool is just too thin. Um, so it's going to be fascinating to watch how far Dubas goes. AJ also says Vancouver has been cursed since Horton poured water from the Charles on their ice. Yeah, I don't think it was from the Charles. It was actually TD Garden ice that they got from the Zamboni that they melted. And so they poured home ice onto Rogers Center ice, which is still, I mean, how many other cup runs have a friggin' cool story like that? Like, that's forever in Boston Bruins lore. So cool. Yeah, because I mean that was the whole story of the series, right? Home ice was just dominant for both teams. And Nathan Horton said, "Hey, if we're gonna have success, we're gonna have to turn." Oh, that was a nice shot. We're gonna have to turn this into to our home ice. So he brought a little high quality H2O from Boston to turn Rogers Center into home ice for the bees. All right, one more dangle, and then we're gonna take the look for more news. Oh yeah, easy peasy. I'm gonna pretend like I'm Elliot Friedman and stare at my phone while I'm on camera and not talk. Damn, dude. It is a seller's market. No wonder the Penguins did not hold on to Luke Shen, despite them saying that they were likely to do it. Um, they managed to get a second rounder and a fourth rounder for Luke Shen. That is wild. But obviously, I mean, maybe I mentioned Brandon Carlo was an option for the Winnipeg Jets. He plays kind of a little less physical, but a similar defensive style to what Luke Shen plays. Um, so maybe Winnipeg was in on Carlo and the price was just too high, and they decided to go with Luke Shen for a little bit cheaper. Yeah, AJ, sounds good, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. Raj, what's up, man? Hi. Glad to have you. Still waiting on the specific details on the Mikko Rantanen trade, as well as waiting on details for the Boston Bruins. If they're going to be, they've got to be moving some additional players here. Hydrate check, guys. Make sure you're hydrating. Water's important. Oh yeah, Raj is here. Let's talk about the Ducks. Do you think the Ducks moves are showing they'll be forever mired in mediocrity? I don't know. I did see that agent survey that the Athletic put together, and it was pretty funny. I think that they were all pretty well shitting all over the Ducks as one of the worst organizations to deal with because the GM is just so stingy. Off the crossbar. I thought that was a pretty good deal. I thought that the Dumoulin deal was pretty good for Anaheim. All right, no more puck. With that Rantanen deal coming through, I want to kind of focus here. We got to lock in, guys. Lock in. So I'm having fun. I've got Sportsnet on the big screen behind and kind of monitoring everything that's going on over there. Bye, Raj. Got to check in with my sources real quick, see what's going on. I'm noted insider ace. The Toronto Maple Leafs are acquiring Scott Lawton from the Philadelphia Flyers. Lawton was supposedly going to cost a lot. That'll be really interesting to see what the Toronto Maple Leafs are trading for Lawton. That is being reported by Dave Pagnotta of the Fourth Period. Mel, just saw a report that Carolina is interested in Besser after moving Rantanen. They just can't stop making trades, which, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, they've obviously got to feel confident about the return they're getting back. That probably would be, worthwhile. Let's do a fun thing. Let's look at the Rantanen trade to Carolina. Let's get that full package and just look at that. That way we can compare the assets that they traded for him and what they're going to get back. So the Carolina Hurricanes acquired forwards Mikko Rantanen and Taylor Hall in a blockbuster 3-team trade with the Colorado Avalanche in January. Colorado received forwards Jack Drury and Martin Necas, along with a second-round pick. So Martin Necas was, leading the way in points for, I thought, the Hurricanes when they made that deal. So right now, Necas has 21 goals, 49 assists, 70 points. So they traded a point per game player, basically, ahead of a point per game player, a second round pick, and Jack Drury, who's a roster player, for Mikko Rantanen. So I'm very intrigued to see who Dallas is going to be sending back. Besser would 100% fit Carolina's system way more than Rantanen, more suited to a dump and chase style. Yeah, Besser's that guy that, I'm gonna bring a way back reference here for Boston Bruins fans that are paying attention. He kind of reminds me of Glenn Murray a little bit. Obviously, Glenn Murray was old when I remember watching him when I was a kid, but he would just kind of park in the slot, receive that centering pass, and just bang in those shots. Just a beautiful one-timer, deceptive snapshot. Besser has that kind of offensive, sniping skill. I know. I knew that was coming. I knew it as soon as I said it, but hey, it's from the heart. I mean it. And then they sent Glenn Murray to the glue factory because he was too old. Winnipeg is also adding Brandon Tanev from the Seattle Kraken, and that's going to get the Kraken a second in 2027. So the trades are flying fast and furious right now. Boston Bruins are still on the sidelines. So TBD, what's going on that front. That Tanev deal is being reported by Darren Dredger. And the other thing about Tanev that's interesting is that he does have a history with the Winnipeg Jets. Who's a prospect / player in the league that's had rumors of availability or isn't out of the realm of being able to be acquired that you'd want most? Right now, I mean, obviously the big dogs. I mean, I think having a guy like Rantanen on Boston would do a lot. But if we're talking strictly from Boston perspective, which is usually where my mentality is at, I'd have to say, Rantanen or Marner would be a great fit. Marner's not going to be dealt because the Leafs are going all in. They're trying to win a cup this year, so that would probably be more of a free agency situation. Bruins don't have the assets to acquire a guy like that, nor would they want to spend it. They'd rather take their chances and acquire them for free on the open market. But of the guys that are actually rumored to be available, I mean, Quentin Byfield's got to be a perfect fit. I mentioned it earlier. If he is truly being made available by the LA Kings, the Bruins have a giant black hole at the center ice position in the future. He's young. He's got really high upside. His play would, synergize well with a guy like David Pastrnak. It would be a fantastic fit for the Boston Bruins if they could acquire a guy like Quentin Byfield. Bruins news: the Bruins have assigned their recently acquired centerman Marat Kuznitonov to the Providence Bruins. So he will not be playing for Boston, at least to start. But that's a good point. Yeah. Robert Chalmers, who we've had on the podcast before, friend of the show, he did point out that this is likely just going to be a AHL, paper move. So he probably could be coming right back up because if you don't know, um, if you want to be eligible to play in the postseason in the American Hockey League, you have to be on that AHL roster at 3 p.m. at the time of the deadline. Slicer, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. I'm glad that you were informed, Ryan. Thanks for popping in. Still no details on the Lawton return to Toronto, but I have to suspect that first round pick that I was talking about earlier is probably involved in the package. All right, I am going to step away real quick, check on my dogs, and then I'll be back for some more breakdowns. Give me a quick moment, guys. Apparently, I'm not here. That's pretty cool. There we go. I'm alive again. Rex, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. So still no return officially. I know. I know that's fair. My wife says the same thing. Still no official return on the Scott Lawton deal. So we'll wait to find out what that's going to run. It does that from time to time. Apparently, that Ottawa deal with the Buffalo Sabres is not being well received by the current captain, Brady Tkachuk. Brady Tkachuk is visibly emotional after losing his close friend Josh Norris via trade. He calls him the number one guy he'd go to for anything, not just hockey. He learned about the trade just before practice today. It sucks. I think it's going to be more than a second. I really do. I do think that the Leafs are going to have to part with at least a first round pick in this deal. So that reported send down, because I gotta somebody coach me on how to say his name. Merritt. There was a pronunciation somewhere. I'm gonna have to look it up. I have a damn Bruins podcast. I need to say the guy's name. The Russian centerman that they got in the here we go. Who's Nadinov? Who's Nadinov? Okay, so there's no K, it's silent. Who's Nadinov? Okay. Who's Nadinov is going to be a paper move. He's practicing down in Tampa with the team, by the way, with the Boston Bruins. So indeed, it is going to cost at least a first. Elliot Friedman is reporting that Lawton goes to the Toronto Maple Leafs from Philadelphia in exchange for Nikita Grabenkin and a first round pick. So I'm not too familiar with Grabenkin's background. Slicer, do you know anything about Grabenkin? Can you shed some light on him for me? Oh, Hits got me. 6'2", 21 goals, I'm assuming, in 39 games in the AHL this year. That's a steep price to pay. $34 PIMS, 21 years old. So some context about Scott Lawton, who is now the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. 30 years old, centerman, 6'1", decent size. Former first round pick. He is under contract for next year as well. So he's this is not just a rental for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Signed at $3 million. It'll be interesting to see if there's any salary retained in this deal. And there is retained salary involved. So the Flyers are keeping 50% of Lawton, but the Leafs are actually getting picks in this as well. The Leafs are getting a 4th and a 6th round pick as part of the deal. Yeah. Slicer, you're my guy. I don't even need to break them down. I'll just have you type them in the chat and I'll share your thing. Works for me. You'll be like my assistant. Appreciate you subscribing to the YouTube channel, Slicer. Helps us a lot. They only become Hall of Famers if they go from the Leafs to the Bruins. Burge is in the house. What's up, buddy? Trade Marchand, he says. I mean, I feel like you got it with the prices that the market is at right now. I know a lot of people on Bruins Twitter are like, I will enrage if we trade the if we trade Brad Marchand, and we'll burn down TD Garden and all these types of things. I mean, it's a business. Brad Marchand understands that. If you can get a first round pick, a roster player, a young roster player, and a mid round pick, you got to do it, especially if, it's been reported from Elliot Friedman that it's been a grind of a negotiation. And there's no certainty he even would stay beyond this year. What else do we got cooking up here? New Jersey has extended Jonathan Kovacevic for 5 seasons. That's an interesting one. Slicer says Bruins are kind of banking on the team bouncing back because they've had injury troubles, but the team as a whole looks like it's aging downhill with only Pasternak and like McAvoy being the standouts, in my opinion. I kind of disagree with you there. I think it's been a perfect storm of a bad situation for the Boston Bruins this year. I thought this team was built to be much more competitive. And whether it's more regressing back to the means, and last year was a big outlier that they overperformed, I do think it was a perfect storm of 2 big new players that were acquired that really didn't perform up to expectations. Not that, the expectations should have necessarily been that Elias Lindholm can be a number 1 center, because he hasn't really ever been a number 1 center. He's more of a 2C or 3C, kind of like Charlie Coyle. But, and then obviously Zadorov really, really struggled out the gate. So Nikita Zadorov was brought in to be physical top 4 defenseman with some really, really, rare physical skills. But there wasn't a lot going on up here at the beginning of the season. The amount of minor penalties that guy took. And then it was combined with the fiasco that was the Jeremy Swayman contract negotiations. He didn't get a full development camp in, and now he has the pressure of being a true number 1. He can't balance that load, that pressure with Linus Ullmark. You have the, Hampus Lindholm injury. That was huge. Hampus Lindholm was the best Bruin on the ice the beginning of the season when the Bruins were still very much in the playoff picture. And then he took that block shot in November to the kneecap, shattered his kneecap, and the Bruins' best defenseman goes down. And then things start to look maybe a little bit more promising. Charlie McAvoy starts to turn his rough season around a little bit, plays, pretty good, and then plays his best game I've seen out of him in a long time in the 4 Nations tournament against Canada. And then suddenly he gets hurt, has that that infection, and then he goes down. And it's just, we have the coaching situation as well. Jim Montgomery, who couldn't come to an agreement with Don Sweeney on an extension, and he seemed checked out. It seemed, I still am of the opinion. I talked about this on the Two Pad Sack podcast. I am of the opinion that Jim Montgomery had a backdoor deal with St. Louis, just in the wings. St. Louis was the team that gave him his break after he had the unfortunate situation with the Dallas Stars that led to his dismissal with his alcoholism. So he went and got better, and St. Louis gave him another chance at the NHL level. He was able to parlay that good work that he did in St. Louis into an NHL head coaching deal with the Boston Bruins. But unfortunately, didn't seem to get eye to eye with Don Sweeney in the front office and the ownership team, and it seemed like he was kind of checked out. Seemed like they were just waiting for an opportunity. They were waiting to see. There were rumors if the Bruins did get, reverse swept or lose, that first round series to Toronto, that St. Louis was going to sign him right then and there. They were waiting on extending that coach that they had, I forget his name, to find out if the Bruins were going to let go Jim Montgomery. And I think Jim Montgomery wanted to be let go, and he wanted to be moving on. So they brought in, the internal candidate, Joe Sacco, who, as far as I'm concerned, not an NHL head coach. There's a reason why he went so long between it. His only other time as a head coach was with Colorado, and that was a short-term thing. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Sell everything, please. Begin the reset. I don't want to do a reset. I want to do a retool. The foundational pieces are here. You've got Pasta. You've got McAvoy. You've got Swayman. You've got an elite player at all three positions. You've got to do a better job at supplementing the roster. The biggest issue for the Boston Bruins right now is a center. You need to get a center that can actually move the needle. And you need to get some more supplementary younger players that can put the puck in the net. The offense is the problem for the Boston Bruins. The defense will sort itself out. There's too many good players for it not to. Yeah, I mean, this is the first year in a long time that they've had this issue. I mean, the last time the Bruins even missed the playoffs was 2015. So it'll be very interesting. Any more news out there? I appreciate you teeing me up on that rant. That was a fun one. Nothing else going on right now, it seems like. We are now an hour and 52 minutes away from the deadline. So the Leafs didn't move their 2025 first. Oh, because they don't have it. They did move their 2026 first. And that does have some trade protection. If it is in the top 10 of the draft, they retain that draft pick. And I think it gets pushed to the 2027 draft. And that's in the Lawton transaction, by the way. Not much else going on right this second. So once again, we'll recap. Luke Shen to the Winnipeg Jets for a 2026 second round pick and a 2027 fourth round pick from the Pittsburgh Penguins. Brandon Tanev to the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for a 2027 second round pick. And then the Toronto Maple Leafs are on the board on trade deadline day. They acquire center Scott Lawton, a fourth round pick, and a sixth round pick in exchange for Nikita Grabenkin, a right winger, and a conditional 2026 top 10 protected first round pick. Lawton's his salary is 50% retained by Philadelphia. Oh, interesting. It's not the 2026 first. It's the 2027 first. So the Leafs still maintain possession of the 2026 first as a result of the Lawton trade. I blame Pierre LeBrun for reporting incorrect data. Not my fault. Oh my God. Woo! Merrick with a bomb. Sounds like the basis for the return for Mikko Rantanen when they get the deal done will be Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. Holy smokes. That's wild to me. I don't know if I like that for Dallas. I don't think Rantanen does enough for that. I would have just waited. I would have waited until free agency and just tried to sign him. That is being reported by Jeff Merrick. Holy smokes. Thought they would get Stank first and another middle tier prospect. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was expecting as well. Sell, Donnie, sell. I mean, market's nuts. Get some assets. Hit that retool, buddy. Get rid of Zaka, get rid of Coyle, get rid of Carlo, trade them all. Get like three firsts. I don't care. This is going to be wild. Trade Marchand. Let's get nuts. Let's get weird. Yeah, I'm sure they're working to confirm the details as well, but here's that link to the tweet I'm referencing. And I don't fall for those dupe accounts. I make sure I curate my list very carefully. I don't think Merrick would put out stuff unless he was absolutely sure. Dave Pagnotta now saying that Rantanen trade is approaching finishing the finish line. Believes Stankoven is part of the return. That's a good point, Slicer. Yeah, I mean, with 50% retained, Lawton is only 1.5 million for this year and next year. Surprised Dallas would move on from Stankoven already. He's only 21 years old. Kovacevic's stats are much better than I thought they were. 61% projected WAR, 80% even strength defense. Those are some good numbers. Yeah, I actually like that deal. He's a little for a 5-year deal. I guess it would only bring him to 32, and regression won't hit you too hard at 32, unless you're me. 32 is a rough year. Yeah, that's a good point. Once again, yeah, Slicer makes a good point. I mean, the cap is going to continue to go up. It's going to continue to go up, and those deals are going to look better every year. Report out of Winnipeg is that we'll see what the next 2 hours bring, but I don't believe the Jets are done after adding Luke Shen and Brandon Tanev. So the Jets are still in the mix on adding to their roster. Hour and 43 minutes remain until the trade deadline. Another name out of Philadelphia that's been rumored to be available is Rasmus Ristolainen. And he brings a dynamic that's not really seen much in the NHL. I think probably the only comparable I can say is probably like Nikita Zadorov, that mix of, size and physicality and truculence. The price apparently for Ristolainen is a first rounder player and prospect. I would not pay that for Rasmus Ristolainen. So while we wait for some more details, let's take a quick peek at some highlights from New Bruin Merit Huznadinov.
This kid has a chance to be an NHL.
Yeah, quick
center,
little hands there.
For a kid with his frame is really not common. The kid's like on a good day, 5'10", 140 pounds. That being said, this offseason, you got
a highlight of him getting hurt. That's cool.
Let's just hope he doesn't get drug tested because he looks like a fucking beast. But
why is this in his highlight reel? Look at him get hurt.
Oriented winger that didn't have a whole lot of offense, didn't like having the puck on his stick. Just like confident.
Because he sold his body out to dive out there and make the defensive play.
Unbelievable.
I see it.
First of all, not just getting the puck and dishing it.
Took the stick right to the chops.
Gets to the inside. He's manipulating defense a little bit more. He's becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And
this is a 16-minute video.
Probably average is like 2.4.
I ain't got time for that.
Yeah. Is there top 6 upside? Yes.
Like he's on the breakaway and he falls
very well with
still fall nearly finished it.
Kind of racist, but I'm okay with it.
I don't know if I like that. Interesting. Oh yeah, I see that. Weird news, but Kevin Shattenkirk joins the NHLPA staff for divisional player representative. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Shatty's a smart guy. Always was really well regarded by his teammates too, so it wouldn't surprise me that he'd be involved in union stuff. A lot of people on Bruins Twitter are getting their panties in a bunch that Don Sweeney hasn't done anything yet. Still plenty of time. Plenty of time. I'd rather see him spend more time. Try to maximize the return. I'm not stressed about it. Pierre LeBrun now reporting on the Rantanen deal. Rantanen to Dallas for Stankoven and 2 first-round picks, plus some smaller pieces in the deal as well. Yeah, Sarah Volley's saying the same thing. Some smaller pieces. Like, you got to feel good if you're one of the players that are just thrown in. You're just one of the smaller pieces. You don't really matter. It wouldn't surprise me if it's both sides, Slicer. I'm relying on you. I need you. You can't be blind. Not much going on right now. All right. 1 second. I feel like Carolina has to do something else now that they're moving on from Rantanen. They got to be cooking something else up. It'll be the 2026 first and the 2027 first. A long tied Stankoven for Rantanen. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, so like I was saying, I think it might be Dallas paying the extra small pieces. We'll have to see, though. Dave Pagnotta just reported Carolina has also been looking at possibly making other moves, including trying to add a mid-six forward. Jack Drury was already traded to Colorado, I thought. Or yeah, Carolina already dealt Jack Drury away. I think he's just Saravalli's just talking about the overall transaction, which include assets for the Rantanen originally, and then the assets they get for Rantanen out. So he's basically combining, from Carolina's perspective, both trades for that tweet. Brock Besser has taken the ice at Canucks morning skate. Yeah, I feel bad for that Senators fan that has Josh Norris's face tattooed on his stomach. So the Canes are also getting 2 third-round picks in this deal. That's not insignificant. So 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, Logan Stankoven. Pretty quiet right now. Ooh. AHL player on Syracuse was suspended 10 games for the usage of racially insensitive language at an opponent. Can't do that. That's a no-no. You better believe that's a paddling. Well, Dallas was one team that I had my eyes on for a potential Brad Marchand acquisition. I'm interested to see if the Bruins do trade Brad Marchand, where he goes. Chris Johnson last night was saying that Brad Marchand was likely to be dealt and it would be likely to the Western Conference. So who are the players in the Western Conference at this point that could be interested? Edmonton, they don't have the cap situation. Dallas just basically blew their entire asset load to get Rantanen. Winnipeg, maybe. LA, maybe. Let's take a quick peek at the NHL standings on the Western Conference. So Dallas is on top, or Winnipeg is on top of the West. Vegas could be involved, obviously, but I don't know what kind of assets they have. Not a whole lot going on there. I'm surprised the Wild are so high up there in the standings. Believe it or not, I don't think Justin Brazeau is going to be the piece for them to go all the way. Colorado already acquired Nelson. They're probably done. LA, good fit there, I think, with Brad Marchand. Calgary, I don't know. Vancouver shouldn't be buying. St. Louis Blues could be trying to go on a rush, but push here. But no, I mean, the logical areas are Winnipeg, Vegas, and LA, as far as I'm concerned right now. I would love that slicer if we could get the SHL this crazy with trade deadlines. There just needs to be more incentive for actual roster movement. What kind of incentive do you think would work to create that sort of roster movement? Well, honestly, we're kind of limited by. So, if those of you don't know, obviously we're talking NHL trade deadline here, but I'm also a part of the Simulation Hockey League, and we've got some viewers here from the SHL. So we're talking a little SHL, I guess, as well. We're kind of limited by franchise hockey manager, right? You know, the chemistry system that they have just really incentivizes rosters to stay together as long as possible. So I don't know. I think that until that changes, you're kind of limited. All my websites I go to for my information are just crawling right now. That's true, Slicer. A lot of people are shit talking the Carolina Hurricanes for this Rantanen situation, and I don't know if I necessarily agree. I mean, it signaled that they were bold enough to go out and try to make an acquisition with a player of Rantanen's caliber. Nate Just was on the block the season before, so I acknowledge that he's like a 70-point guy right now, but he was nearly on the way out anyway, and he seemed like he didn't want to be a Carolina Hurricane. So they shed him. They don't even part with a first to bring in Rantanen to begin with. They ship out Jack Drury, which I confess I'm not tremendously familiar with Jack Drury's game. He's 25 years old. He's got damn pop-ups. He's got 18 points this season, so he's a bottom six guy. Like, you bring in a guy like Rantanen and then you sell him for more than what you paid by a significant margin, and then you can use some of those assets to go out and get somebody else. That's tidy business as far as I'm concerned. But you can't go in if you're hoping to be a contender. You can't go in with just Logan Stankoven. You got to use some of that draft capital that you just got to go out and get somebody else. As far as I'm concerned, exactly, Slicer. It's pretty quiet right now. We're just keeping an eye out to see if we've got anything else cooking. Still not really any action from the Boston Bruins. Yeah, and we're still gonna be live for another hour, 20 minutes, maybe even longer. Probably stay live until about 3:30, 4 o'clock, because a lot of deals do take a little while to kinda trickle through. Tell you what though, Dallas was one of my picks at the beginning of the season to go all the way, and I think adding Rantanen will definitely help them with that. I really like the way they play. Yeah, I like them too. I mean, they supplemented their bottom pair and they supplemented their bottom six. I mean, the NHL playoffs, it's a war of attrition, right? You're gonna lose bodies, you're gonna have injuries that go down, and having these NHL caliber players that can step in and replace these minutes that they've already been doing really well, that's going to be important. And these are good players. I agree. Bruins fans are flipping out. Just chill, goose fraba. It's all good. Everything will work out. Exactly. But it's more they're not doing this and not doing that. And oh my God, it's a seller's market. Why aren't they selling? Yeah, that summarizes it. Thank you, Rex. All right. I said it was going to pick up after the Rantanen deal. I guess technically the Rantanen deal has not yet been finalized. I talked about a little earlier. There's a few other names that they could do: Zaka, Coyle, Carlo, Geeky. Um, you know, there's a bunch of players. Brad Marchand will obviously get the biggest return, I think. But all those players could easily, with the current market, fetch a first. I feel like. I believe Pasta's like 27, 28 years old. Wasting his prime. Gotta love it. T minus 1 hour, 14 minutes on the deadline. Marchand is one of the only things I would trade on the Bruins roster if you want to compete next season. And even then, I'm not sure I would trade Marchand. I mean, it all depends on how much the Boston Bruins believe that a full retool is actually necessary. A retool isn't just running it back next year, it's replacing some of these core players that we thought were going to be more gamers. Like a good example of that would be, a Brandon Carlo, Andrew Peak, Zaka, Geeky, these types of players. One name that I heard that the Islanders were looking at moving was Kyle Palmieri, but he's 34 years old, and I guess they're closing in on maybe doing a 2-year extension with him. And where the Islanders are at, I'm not 100% sure if that's the right call. I feel like the Islanders are in no man's land right now, right? Like they've got some older, aging players, but yet they're not good enough to actually contend. I don't know. I don't even think a retool would help them. They don't even have the foundational pieces, I don't think. You even have Matt Barzal on the bench in the New York Islanders complaining about the lack of fans. I don't know. I think honestly, if I was, the Islanders ownership team, and granted, I'm not a millionaire, nor do I run my own hockey team, but I think change has got to start at that GM role. Great move in that Brock Nelson deal. It's exactly what they need to do. They need to do more of that. Slicer, Rex, I mean. That's the kind of move that they have to continue to do. It is still Lou Lamoriello. That's correct. Bro's been eligible for Social Security for like 15 years now, and he's still GMing a team. Super old. Super old. And I believe that hair rule became a thing because he spent some time working for the New York Yankees and he liked the way that they ran their operation. So he's kind of emulated a lot of the things that the Yankees had in place. I did too. I wanted Cal Ritchie on the Bruins. That's the hope for me personally. But they need more youth. They really got to restock the cupboards. Yeah, I mean, when the dance partners suddenly become much more slim, you kind of realize that you have who you're going to end up with a trade partner, and it comes down to getting the deal across the line, and they have another hour and 9 minutes to do so. I'll remind everybody though that sometimes it can take up to an hour after that 3 p.m. deal or that 3 p.m. deadline Eastern time for these deals to be finalized and announced. Yeah, it's quiet right now. I feel like that meme where the kid's poking something with a stick and he's like, "Do something. Come on, do something." What's up, Prowler? How you doing, buddy? Hope you are well, my friend. Slicer, how many trades happened last trade deadline? I feel like it was a pretty active one. Do you have that number? Yeah, we're now going on 30 minutes without a trade announced, which is pretty peculiar. Oh, there's one. Not Bruins involved, but the Columbus Blue Jackets are acquiring Luke Cunnin from the San Jose Sharks. Yep. Kunin. Good, buddy. I'm glad to hear it. Bruins are playing like shit. They suck. I mean, you got to kind of just turn the page and hope for next year at this point. I'll have to keep an eye out. I do love me some good gaming news. Thanks for the shout out, Rix. I heard there was a bunch of leaks out today. At least the Patriots being so bad, they get an actual player that can move the needle at the draft. I mean, at this point, the Bruins have to kind of hope for a fortunate bounce in the lottery to get something good here. But they're slated to pick top 10, which I guess is the best they've had in a long time. Oh my God, Luke Kunin's stats are terrible. Ooh. Not great. Are you guys able to hear my TV in the background? If you can, let me know and I will turn it down. Look at that. That's not good. I think the analysts would say Luke Kunin is a hockey player. Yep, definitely a hockey player. Yeah, exactly. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody with great stats on the Sharks right now that's not named Macklin Celebrini. Valid. Looks like he's pretty physical, though. Decent number of hits.
A team that we haven't talked about, Vegas, kind of sitting here quiet, and they got a great team. Player. And this is usually when they do their best work in the last hour. So I really should watch them stretch.
Let's show Steve Bell one more time because a lot of people are talking about goaltending. And there has never been a starting goaltender picked up on deadline day who ended up winning a cup. Bo Ranford was picked up on deadline day, who won a couple few years later with Edmonton. But it's never happened. Do you think that Edmonton makes sort of?
No, they're standing pat. Standing pat. I think Stu gave them a nice look last night of what he can do. If they do anything, I think it's in the summer. But they're confident in this group. We like Frederick. We love Freddie. We love Frederick.
There you go. All right. We also love David Ambrose. Let's send it back. Hey, great stuff, Tim. All right, listen, Braden Shen, that's now become the big chip. Is he making a move? Is he going to end up with his brother Winnipeg or somewhere else? We'll dig in on that. Sports Set, trade deadline coverage.
Essential trade deadline day is presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Tired of the cold?
I need news. I crave news. I require it. I'm gonna go grab a little snack. Be right back.
Increase your risk of cardiovascular disease, but there are ways to manage your risk. Dear doctor.
The Avalanche have acquired Charlie Coyle. Boston Bruins are on the board. Charlie Coyle to the Colorado Avalanche.
Our very country is at stake, and all we have agrees with Trump. No wonder Trump endorsed all the
One of my players that I did see the Bruins potentially moving. He is not a rental. He has a full year after this under contract. Could be a good middle stick center for the Colorado Avalanche. I'm very intrigued what assets Colorado has. They don't have a first until 2027. And that is being reported by Bruins reporter for The Athletic, Fluto Shinzawa. Who is really well plugged in on the Bruins front office.
is a presentation of the National Hockey League on Sportsnet.
Here we go. Several NHL stars put out that new home.
KC Middlestat is part of the deal heading to Boston, but there are also other parts.
The names are starting to come off the board. The hours tick away, the price goes up. Like, how expensive would he be? It's like we have a big trade out. You know, it's a really good team. A really big difference. They're playing out 10 hockey players.
Your team is playing so well right now. This is the kind of guy that can only add to that.
Yeah, they gotta make it a revenue goal. Hockey Central trade deadline day starts now.
Ooh, my internet's struggling all of a sudden. I'm interested to see what else comes with KC Middlestat, or if there's anyone else that the Bruins are trading as part of it. That's a good question. I think that KC Middlestat does a lot of what the Boston Bruins need to have done here. I'm actually really excited for it. The biggest area of need for the Boston Bruins was center. I mean, granted, we're moving a center out, but we're moving in a younger center here in KC Middlestat, and I think Middlestat was due for a change of scenery. So I'm not upset by it. I'm waiting to hear the full details of the deal. I mean, he's likely going to play with David Pastrnak, right? Under contract for 2 more seasons at a 5.75 mil cap hit. Very interesting. Who's Zellers? And a 2nd round pick to Boston. So the Bruins get a 2nd round pick, Middlestat, and I don't know if that makes sense. As Zellers, is that a prospect? I got to take a peek. Or maybe that's just somebody saying Sellers. I don't know. Will Zellers is the second leading scorer in the USHL heading to North Dakota next season. He was drafted in the 2024 draft in the third round, 76th overall. So a cheeky little forward prospect. So a second round pick, a prospect, and a roster player, that's a friggin' deal and a half as far as I'm concerned. That is a tasty little deal there by Don Sweeney. I like that deal. I do. It'll suck to lose the local guy. Charlie Coyle's an awesome dude, good leader, but it's time to change things up a bit in Boston. And I think this will definitely Bruins get younger at a roster player, at a pick, at a prospect. It's what they need to do right now. So the Bruins are on the board. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But the upside's there. I think he could bounce back. What are we drinking, buddy? Some garage beer. It's beer-flavored beer. It's important to hydrate. I mean, I would love to have gotten a first, but I'm okay with it. No, I don't think this is it for Boston either, Chris. I think the Bruins are going to be moving some other players here momentarily as well. Let's get a quick look at one of the goals from Will Zellers, new Boston Bruins prospect.
Brings it forward to Zellers. Zellers,
Woo!
nice move, got free, shot.
Woo!
His third of the weekend. Zellers ties it.
A cheeky little goal there. Chris Johnson reports that Victor Olofsson is not on the ice right now for the Vegas Golden Knights, so keep an eye out for them. What's up, Chris? How are you, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Oh, a Powder Gang raid. Nice. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Hope the stream was good. Senior Scary, good to see you as well. We're doing some NHL trade deadline talk. So if you're here for some awesome gameplay, which I know you're not if you're watching Chris's stream, but if you're here for any kind of gameplay watching, today's not going to happen on my channel. But love the love, appreciate you guys, and happy you're here. Trade deadline officially wraps up today at 3 p.m. So we have 48 minutes until the end of the deadline. I'm very sorry. I apologize. Yeah, 30 to 45 to an hour after that 3 o'clock deadline, we'll probably see some trickle through. Will Zellers has had an excellent season with the USHL Green Bay Gamblers, almost always one of the most productive players everywhere he has played. Not big, though. I wonder how his game will translate to the pro level. I wonder that as well. Oh, yeah, the channel alerts aren't going to work too well today. I don't have that turned on in StreamYard. Sorry, guys. My bad. I'll do it, though. Do it. There you go. Do it. Do it. Another deal coming through. Chicago is going to be trading Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith to the Red Wings in exchange for Joe Veleno. Yeah, Zellers is automatically a top 5 prospect for Boston now, which is pretty crazy. So, yeah, we had a new trade. Chicago trading goaltender Peter Mrazek and forward Craig Smith to the Red Wings in exchange for Joe Veleno. It gets pretty nuts, Chris. Yeah, it's like a flurry. Yeah. Mrazek back to Detroit. Still no news on Brad Marchand. Nothing on Brandon Carlo. Nothing on Pavel Zacha. Nothing on Morgan Geekie. These are other names that I can see the Boston Bruins having in play for other teams. I would really like it if the Bruins could somehow get a first-round pick today. And, I mean, if Marchand moves, he's definitely going to get at least the first. But speaking of, nothing official, speculation here. Dave Pagnotta saying, as Carolina explores more moves, I wonder if they'd try to poke around on Marchand. They have draft picks now that would kind of meet what I'm looking for a Brad Marchand type deal. It would suck seeing Brad Marchand in a Carolina uniform, though. Things are picking up here. We are now less than 45 minutes away from the 3 p.m. deadline. Yeah, I mean, Knight was stuck behind Bobrovsky in Florida, right? So, I mean, give him the opportunity to actually be that starter. Obviously, no details ever came out about what was truly going on with him, with the reason why he had to go into, the players' assistance program. So hopefully, he has all of his, off ice stuff sorted out, and he can actually, maybe meet that original expectation that were put on him back when he was drafted. I think he was a first round draft pick for the Florida Panthers. So yeah, good for Knight. And hey, if you can be part of that wave that turns around Chicago, an original six franchise, that's got to be really, really compelling and a lot of fun and a great opportunity for Knight. Yeah, he went nuts. I think it was like the best Blackhawks debut for a goalie they've ever had, or something along those lines. Yeah, sorry for the quietness, guys. Still trying to track down some other activity going on. Hmm. Anybody have a favorite deal that's happened so far? Or any teams you think maybe are up to something here that we haven't really talked about a lot today? I still think that they're going to be doing something over in Vegas. I feel like they're not done. They're going to have to add something here. They always do. Even when you don't think they have any assets, they pull something off. No, because Carlson hasn't been traded yet. It's going to be hard to move Eric Carlson's contract if that's who you're talking about. Unless maybe you're talking about William Carlson. I don't know. You'll have to fill me in. Cody Glass has been traded from Pittsburgh to the New Jersey Devils. Beat you to it. Yeah, he's a fourth forward out there. He always has been. I wonder what the return is for the Devils. I like that deal. I like Cody Glass. I think he's got a lot of upside. So the whole deal for Charlie Coyle has come through to Colorado. Charlie Coyle and a 5th round pick. So the Bruins give up a pick in this deal to Boston, Middlestat, Will Zellers, and a 2nd round pick. The 2nd round pick is for this upcoming draft. It's a 2025 2nd round pick to Boston. Waiting on the glass return. It's a seller's market right now. Slicer, I could see them getting at least a 2nd. If they could get a 2nd for Luke Shen, they're going to get a 2nd for Cody Glass. I thought Cody Glass was younger than what he is. I guess you're right. Maybe it is a 3rd. He's a good defensive forward, though. Cap's a little high for like a 4th liner. Yeah, no, you're right. But I mean, right now it is a seller's market, so who knows what'll happen, right? Who knows? Frank Saravalli saying it's possible that the Edmonton Oilers could make a Marchand trade work. Slim chances, but still a chance. I don't see how they could do it financially, but hey, why not? It sounds better to me than I'll highlight you in case people on Twitch can't see your comment. It sounds better to me than Brad Marchand going to the Leafs, like a bunch of Leafs fans were clamoring for. Seeing Brad Marchand in the blue and white would hurt my soul. Still have Brandon Carlo out there. Still have Brad Marchand out there. Still have Pavel Zacha out there. Still have Morgan Geekie out there. Hey, what's up, Maddie? I thought it was a good deal for Coyle as well. I don't even think he has top line upside. They just keep playing him there for some reason because we don't have any other centers. That's a great deal as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, all 3 deals so far for the Bruins, I've actually really, really liked. So, and that's just not me wearing my black and gold tinted glasses. But Don Sweeney's always been pretty good at trades. Oh, Maddie, you'd get along with a few people in chat here. I think Raj is gone already, but Rex is also a big Anaheim Ducks fan. Right here, Rex. And then Raj isn't here anymore, but Raj is a giant Ducks fan. It's crazy what a hot seat will do. He's always been good at trades. It's everything else that he's not so good at. Oh my god, apparently that second round pick is conditional. What the hell's the condition? I need to know the condition. You're back. You nailed it there, Slicer. You nailed it. Going to be a third, and some minor league players also involved, according to Pierre LeBrun. Yeah, I was just saying that. Looks like I'm getting some backup too. Jake is going to be joining me momentarily, which is excellent news. Earl Vakanainen on a 2-year extension with the New York Rangers. Good little deal there to get some security for the former first-round pick by the Boston Bruins. Apparently a Wyatt Johnson contract is imminent for the Dallas Stars, so they're doing quite a bit of business today between the Rantanen acquisition and now the Wyatt Johnson contract extension. What's up, Jake?
Hello, hello. Happy to join y'all for at least a little bit of this.
Yeah, happy to have you. Happy to have you. So we're gonna probably stay live until about 4. No worries if you have to jump before, because we figure that there's gonna be some additional deals that maybe trickle through after the 3 p.m. deadline. But yeah, we've already talked a little bit about the Charlie Coyle deal, but I wanted to maybe get your perspective right off the hop to see what you thought about the deal for Charlie Coyle that sends him out to Colorado.
Yeah, so that full package is Charlie Coyle and a 2025 second for Casey Middlestad, Will Zellers, and a 2026 fifth rounder. I like it. And, it sucks to part ways with Coyle, as, his backstory in Boston is great. One of the shrewdest acquisitions in 2019 by Don when they were on their 2019 Cup run, coming from the Minnesota Wilds. He's had a rough go of it this year. 15, 7, 22 in 64 games is not great at all. But, he's a local favorite, the Mayor of Weymouth. But I'd say the last 2, maybe even 3 years, he's been put in untenable situations where he's had to play higher than where he really should be, being a second-line center, being a second-line winger, when he's really traditionally a third-line forward. So he's going to Colorado, which is a great situation for him. Casey Middlestat intrigues me. When he was a young pup in Buffalo, I know he's a University of Minnesota product. He's a Golden Gopher. He's got very interesting playmaking and scoring potential. If he can be utilized the right ways, he's got some very interesting potential, and he showcased that in Buffalo. He showcased that for the first part of his tenure in Colorado, but he's really fallen off a cliff since then. The bonus is he's 7 years younger than Coyle. Coyle is 33, Middlestat is 26. So your forward profile just instantly got younger, and Middlestat's locked up for a little bit. Will Zellers intrigues me as well. That he profiles a lot like some of the other forwards that we have both in the system and what Don has traded for today. I will butcher Kushdinidov's last name, who we traded for yesterday, so I'll just call him Boston Marat. And Patra. He's 5'11", 180 right now, playing in the USHL for the Green Bay Gamblers. 37 goals in 40 games, which is pretty impressive. And he's on his way to the University of North Dakota, which is a very, very top-tier NCAA program to develop. If he can grow a little bit, if he can put on a little size and his game continues to translate, again, a really, really fascinating pick for the Bruins. So, look, all in all, I think Don made out pretty well in all of this. I've been talking to people on the Avalanche side who are honestly very confused as to why Joe Sakic would have given up as much for Coyle. I get Coyle has I think he's at 1 year at 5.25 left or something like that. But Middlestat has more years on his contracts, doesn't he? He's got something left, so I'm a little confused.
He's under contract for a couple of seasons, I think. So
I know he had signed an extension recently. So I'm honestly just as confused on the Colorado side as they are.
Well, I mean, to me, it says that the Avalanche are needing some more defensive responsibility in that 3C role. I mean, that's what Charlie Coyle is. He's a shutdown, puck possession beast in the third line center role. I mean, I said it earlier before you joined, Jake, that, in 2019, when the Bruins went on that run, that third line with Charlie Coyle was just absolutely cooking with gas. And that was a differentiator between a lost series and a won series mostly the entire time throughout the postseason. That third line really was lethal. And apparently, I don't think Casey Middlestat, being stuck behind the centers that he was ever really going to be in a position to thrive the way that he needs to thrive in Colorado, a team that's pretty deep down the middle. Probably not a good prototypical. They also
just got Brock Nelson too.
Yep, exactly. So they've just rapidly redone their players down the middle, which is pretty interesting.
They very quickly have skyrocketed to become Cup favorites. I think they've improved their roster tremendously, giving up Alexander Georgiev, and upgrading their goaltending at least a little bit with Mackenzie Blackwood. But now they've really surrounded their forward core with a lot of interesting veterans, guys who are proven. Did they give up a haul and a half in that Brock Nelson trade last night? Freaking, I don't know if I can swear, so I'm gonna.
You can swear.
Myself. Okay, well, absolutely, they gave up a haul Giving up Callum Ritchie is extremely tough for Avalanche fans who love him. He's inarguably their top prospect, or was now. So it's absolutely a go for it type of move. Whether they have Gabriel Landeskog back or not, they are going for it. Their forward core is insanely stacked, and they are primed for a very long run. I want to see a Dallas, Colorado round at some point, because that sounds like the biggest dogfight with now. They got Mikko Rantanen and have him extended for however many years. They just announced an extension for Wyatt Johnston, 5 years, $8.4 million, that's rude business from Jim Nill.
Probably going to be one of the best contracts in the NHL in like 2 seasons, guaranteed. That's as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. And is it tough that the Stars had to give up Logan Stankoven to Carolina to make that deal happen? Yeah. But you'll take a prime Mikko Rantanen right now over Logan Stankoven because you wouldn't be able to afford to pay all of these guys at once. So really shrewd business from Jim Nill. Jake Ottinger is one of the best goaltenders in the NHL, bar none. Man, what a fantastic first round that would be, or even any round to have Dallas and Colorado together. But to bring it back to, I guess, the first point, I like the Charlie Coyle move, and we'll see if they're done. We'll see if Geeky's gone. We'll see if Carlo's gone. I saw some insider tweet that Carolina may be poking at Marchand.
Yeah, I heard Edmonton still has interest and they're looking at it, and it's potentially possible, although unlikely, from Frank Saravalli.
Yeah, it was Pagnotta who said that Carolina wonders if they poked around on Marchand. And someone posed to me, if Carolina gives up 2 first-rounders, would you do it? Would you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, in a heartbeat. I said, absolutely. Not a question whatsoever. Two firsts?
It would be asinine for Carolina to give up 2 firsts for Brad Marchand, as far as I'm concerned. But yes, absolutely, I would do it if I was the Bruins.
Yeah, I don't even care where they are. They could be 30th and 31st or 32nd for all I care, but you do it.
Yeah. I mean, the names that we've already talked about a few times, still on the board. We have Pavel Zacha, Morgan Geeky, Brandon Carlo, Brad Marchand. I mean, these are names that could still get moved today, I believe.
I believe so too.
Let's go to the Rantanen deal. I wanted to get your perspective on the Rantanen deal. Specifically, I've seen a lot of feedback from NHL personalities and media members that are talking about how the Hurricanes have gotten, pie in their face for the way that they've handled this whole Rantanen situation. And I said it earlier on the live show here that I actually don't necessarily agree. I think that they went out, they took a risk, they got a big dog, they found out that the big dog didn't want to play for them. And then they went out and I think they acquired more than what they gave up to got him. They got 2 firsts, they got 2 fifths, they got a young budding star, as far as I'm concerned, in Logan Stankoven. I actually really I think it was a tidy bit of business there for Carolina.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think they at least have a little bit of egg on their face. It's definitely weird to have sent out a guy who was proven on your team, who is a spectacular forward in Martin Necas, who's done extremely well since the move.
Who doesn't want to be a Hurricane and almost walked for like nothing, basically, though. So that's why I also like it. But I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
I mean, fair. But if you're going to ask me to choose between having Martin Necas and having Logan Stankoven at this very moment in time, I'm taking Martin Necas, the proven phenomenal NHL goal scorer. So do I think that in 3 years we'll look back at and say, okay, yeah, this all balanced out. Stankoven developed into the NHL talent we expected him to be, and this all worked out fine? Yeah. But it just seems like not the greatest optics for Carolina here to have gone all in on Rantanen without doing their due diligence and making sure that he wanted to be an Avalanche. To me, that's the biggest thing. Are they going to end up with a lot of pieces in any case? Yeah, sure. But why do all of this wheeling and dealing, especially high-profile wheeling and dealing like this, for a guy who, whether it was the culture of Carolina, frankly, I'm guessing it's the money, because someone did the calculations for the contract extension that he's signing in Dallas. He's saving like $4.5 million over the length of the deal for what he would have gotten in Carolina by going to Dallas, since there's no income tax on the state of Texas. So 41 games in Texas makes a big difference.
Yep.
I know.
HFFO says
I was just
Stankoven.
about to say.
Yeah, Stank looks amazing, but every single team in the league is moving around some small players, and he's 5'8". He also had a good point about Nachos. Nachos is great, but he's incredibly streaky. But hey, you can be streaky as hell. He's still got over 70 points this year.
Yeah.
Nachos has outscored Rantanen this year, I believe.
You can be a small forward and you can be successful too. It's funny, we're turning to big defensemen, small forwards, because small forwards have less mass, have speed. Can be a little more elusive. So maybe that's what's most coveted now is bigger defensemen and smaller forwards. You look at the Luke Shen trade, which Luke Shen is having the time of his life, going from Nashville to a weird bubble team in Nashville to a tire fire in Pittsburgh. Doesn't even have to find an apartment, don the jersey, and goes to proverbially the best team in the NHL in the Winnipeg Jets. So Luke Shen is having the time of his life right now, but that's clearly what's being coveted right now is bigger defensemen and smaller forwards.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think the Bruins are done. I think that they're still going to be moving some additional bodies here as we approach the deadline here. 15 minutes away from 3 p.m. Still have some players in play as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, deals can still trickle in afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Former Bruin Urho Vakanainen extended by the Rangers for 2 years. That's a weird
Good for him.
one.
Good for him. I mean, good for him. He's been bouncing around a little bit.
He has, but like, is he really an NHL player? Yeah, I throw my hands up on that one. And so I'm very confused as to what the New York Rangers are doing this deadline. They're in on JJ Peterka. They're not in on JJ Peterka. They sign Urho Vakanainen. They trade back for JT Miller. They're just doing just a really weird thing right now. I don't know whether Chris Drury's trying to get himself fired and off of the Dolan bandwagon. I wouldn't want to work for James Dolan.
God, no. No, I mean, it's just like what Jacob Trouba said. You work for, you work for them just to get fired. That's how it works over there. Have some good other points I'm going to bring from the chat. Bigger players at any position is coveted. There are exceptions to the rule like Stankoven and Caulfield. You got to be able to make up for the mistakes if you're going to lose physicality battles. And that's usually going to be made up for an offensive skill. And, these players that you cited, Stankoven and Caulfield, those are players that do it.
And we can talk about Brazeau last night. Look at the return on Brazeau.
Fantastic deal. Fantastic deal.
And what's hysterical is they sold him low. He had a cold streak at the worst time, and they still got Marat. They still got Lauko back. It's nice to have Grapes back in that locker room. Clearly, that's one of those blue things. I think they knew that Charlie Coyle was going out one day because Coyle has been a consummate pro. He's always been accountable in the locker room. He's always been a good glue guy for them. And so I guarantee you that Sweeney knew that one of those guys, Lauko, a glue guy, was going, and so they had to bring Lauko back to give the locker room some bump.
Yeah, I agree. Slicer in here says Raquel is one name that would surprise me a lot to not get traded. I mean, anybody right now, I think. I mean, what team is Raquel on right now? On Pittsburgh, right?
The Penguins, yeah.
I feel like you've got to move him. He's 31.
Yeah. I mean, Crosby pretty much said he doesn't want to go, and you do what Crosby says. Malkin has been on the fence before, so I don't know if you send Malkin out. I don't know if you want to send Letang out, but what do you do? What do you do if you're the Penguins and just want to scrap it all and rebuild? Granted, do you trust Kyle Dubas with this?
I think Kyle Dubas has done a pretty good job asset management-wise today. But I don't know.
Yeah, he just sent out Cody Glass to the Devils.
Yeah, for a third, which I thought probably he could have gotten a second for him. But I mean, it's not like Glass has been tremendously strong this season.
Yeah. Interesting tweet from Connor Ryan about the Bruins kind of accumulating second-round picks. There are a lot of high floor. There's the top of the draft. It's very top heavy, but once you get further down, it's low ceiling, but very high floor prospects. Lots of right shot D and steady middle 6'4s that should be available, according to Connor Ryan. So stockpiling draft capital is Good. Sounds like it might work out well if Don can actually draft well.
That's the question.
If it's Don drafting.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else popping up here. We are reaching 12 minutes until the deadline. No real smoke around Brad Marchand in the last hour or so.
Yeah, nothing since that Pagnotta tweet. Oh, man. Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina. Bad turnover, Miko. You would have loved it here, but didn't give North Carolina a chance. On the bright side, if Canes were getting for the playoffs what they got these last 13 games, then it's for the best. Now it's time for a Carolina Cup run. Wow. When the governor of Carolina comes in to chirp you. Okay.
That guy was always like tweeting, especially when the Bruins played the Hurricanes in the postseason.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder if Vegas is doing something because they just tweeted out the word hi. And I know their social media. And so I feel like something's coming that nobody sees going. Yeah. Not please, Vegas.
25 seconds ago, Vegas is high.
God.
Oh no.
I'll tell you who's had a really good deadline this year so far. I'm guessing they might be done. But the Tampa Bay Lightning have had a really good deadline this year. I have to admit. I like getting Yanni Gourde and Oliver Bjorkstrand from Seattle. I thought that was really, really shrewd of them.
Maddie, yeah. Make sure to check the NTC status of the player.
No, that's true. My God, yeah.
It's funny. So funny. Yeah, I mean, I liked what Julian Breezewell, the GM of the Lightning, had to say about draft capital when he was talking about it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but he was saying, draft picks are just a gamble on if they're going to be NHL players. I value current NHL players more than a gamble of potential NHL players. And I mean, it makes sense with the roster that they currently have assembled. I mean, why not supplement it? You're in a position to make the playoffs pretty comfortably. And you have, obviously the history with Yanni Gourde. He's a former Lightning. He won the cup with you. I mean, I probably, if my team dealt 2 first rounders like that, I'd probably, without, elaborating too much, I think my rear end would pucker up a little bit, get a little nervous about that. But I mean, you got to love the aggression and the willingness to go for it from Julian Breezewell and the Lightning.
Absolutely. It's not great for us, but I don't really care because I'm not confident enough they're making the playoffs, and they're clearly coming out of sellers that, sending out Charlie Coyle, sending out Justin Brazeau, sending out Trent Frederick, which I think I got more for Frederick than I bargained for too.
I like the Frederick. I haven't had any issues with any of the deals that the Boston Bruins have finalized in the last week or so. I really, really like the work that they've done so far. But I don't
That's why I think name is Trader Don, not Drafter Don.
Yeah, Dealer Don. Yeah, oh yeah, that high tweet from the Vegas Golden Knights is just blowing up right now.
Oh shit, here we go again.
So those of you that haven't heard about us, we're the Two Pad Stack podcast. We have weekly episodes during the season covering all things Boston Bruins and other news around the league. We release our episodes on Tuesday morning on YouTube, Spotify. We are also on Apple Podcasts. We'd love to have you guys check us out outside of our live shows. So I usually do a free agent frenzy live show as well, but that's not going to be in the cards for me because I'm going to be on vacation in Ireland this year on July 1st. So I'm going to prioritize that one.
I might have to jump in and host that one then. Maybe I'll get some good guests here.
That would be sweet. So still just keeping my eye on what's going on here. There's not a lot coming out. A lot of speculation with that high tweet, but I know that Vegas likes to just stir the pot with their social media team too.
Yeah, they just fuck with people.
Yeah. Their front office fucks with people, and so does their social media team.
I mean, they got to stand the cup to show for it, so. If it ain't broke.
How would you feel if Marchand went to Vegas to go join up with his good friend Bruce Cassidy?
He technically already did for the Four Nations face-off.
That's a good point, Slicer. Tampa GM laughing to the bank, doesn't have to scout or pay scouts if they have no draft picks. This is a big brain shit right there. That's my SHL GM mentality. What else we got? Anything else? Anything else? About an hour ago, somebody told me to watch out for the Golden Knights. We're watching all right. I just tweeted. I said, just a reminder, deals will trickle in for the next 30 to 45 minutes. And I got a response from Jess, Bruins version. Thanks for not trying to call this a friendly reminder because this is actually a threat.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently, Riley Smith never sold his house in Vegas, so he's happy to be back.
Oh, that's nice. So Bruins AHL news. So they can be assigned to the Providence team to be eligible for AHL playoffs. Matty Poitras, Vinny Lettieri, Riley Tufte, Patrick Brown, Ian Mitchell, and Merritt Husnudinov. I'll get that eventually. All sent down to Providence, so they're eligible for Calder Cup playoffs.
Bucci thinks it's Marchand to Vegas. He just tweeted a gif of Marchand, so you know.
Oh, I fucking hate
he
that.
He quote tweeted that Vegas tweet with a gif of Marsh. So look, would I be surprised? No. If they send a first rounder, Jay Fresh also just tweeted a bunch of rats. So I don't know.
Jay Fresh isn't an insider though. He doesn't.
Yeah,
have anything
he's not an insider, but he's got enough to where I don't not dislike him. I love his analytics, so he might be tapped in enough in a way. That's gonna be my guess. Is that it's Marchand, and I wonder how much they fleece him for. I'm just looking at what the Bruins have acquired versus what they've sent out. They sent out Coyle, Frederick, Max Jones, Justin Brazeau, and a 26 fifth-round pick. They've acquired Casey Middlestat, Will Zellers, Marat Husnudinov, Jacob Lauko, Max Wanner, 2 second-round draft picks this year, a 4th round, and a 6th rounder next year. Look, all in all, it's not a bad haul. But we'll see if they're done. Doesn't sound like it. I had heard rumors that Victor Olofsson was being held off the ice for Vegas for a couple of reasons. So what? Maybe you're getting Victor Olofsson.
I don't know enough about Olofsson's game.
Oh, nope. And now I just saw it. Olofsson out with a lower body injury.
Oh, okay. There it is on Penguins. Hurricanes and Penguins are closing in on a Rickard Rakell deal.
Hey, someone called it.
Yeah, I think Slicer called that one earlier.
Nicely done, Slice.
I am like spamming the home button.
Yep. Pretty much all we can do.
Cam Robinson, who's usually pretty well plugged in, says, I'm told we're going to see a handful of noteworthy deals come in over the next few minutes. Dallas, Carolina, Vegas, all seemingly still working on finalizing something.
It'd be very Bruins to give something away in the final minute. That, you know, when they tend to do a lot of things, they tend to do them all the way through.
Give something away in the final minute. I don't know if I like that language of give something away.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like give something away. If they're wheeling and dealing, I guess is my. I'll say that if they're wheeling and dealing, they tend to do it all the way down to the wire.
Oh man, F's in the chat. Slicer. Twitter died for me again, right with 3 minutes left.
Oh, brutal. The Montreal Canadiens are officially done for the day. They are keeping Joel Armia and David Savard.
Andy Strickland reports that Braden Shen will be staying in St. Louis.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There wasn't anything about him going from St. Louis. I know once the Winnipeg Jets got Shen, someone tweeted out that Braden wasn't going to go join him there. So
I got to think at least one, maybe two Bruins deals are going to be coming in here in the closing minutes.
I think at least 1, 2 sounds like a lot, but you never know. It's 3 o'clock, by the way. That's technically deadline time. We'll see who's sent in notifications to the league. Hey, we got something going. Let's finish us out. Ryan Donato will remain with the Blackhawks. I knew that there were rumblings that he was either going to get extended or they would have to be blown away for Chicago to have sent him out. So there you go.
I'll come up and chat with you about it as soon as the deadline show's done. Oh, my kid just got home. I had to say hi.
You must be saying Ryan Donato staying in Chicago.
Yeah.
Blackhawks kept Donato and Maroon. Elliot Friedman hearing Brad Marchand could be traded to the Florida Panthers.
Oh shit!
Wow.
That's, I don't know how I feel about that.
If you can't beat them, whoa!
They don't have a first until 2027.
So what? You better be getting something good back.
No extension for Besser in Vancouver. The Canucks are done.
This is it is clear Marchand is being traded. It is just a matter of where. Is he going to Vegas? Is he going to Vancouver? Is he going no, not Vancouver, he's done, pardon me. So is he going to Florida? Is he going to Vegas? Where is Marchand going? That is all I have to say.
It is the end of an era here in Boston. End of an era.
Well, I guess it's the start of a new one. And I guess we can talk about
Maddie's got a good point here. Trevor Zegras just posted a pic on his Instagram of him walking away. Ducks fans are losing their shit right now.
Oh, please give me a 3-way and let Zegras get to Boston. Give me a 3-way trade here. Let's cook.
Oh my god, I don't know how I feel about Brad Marchand in the Florida Panthers kit.
I don't know either. Rat boy when they throw the rats on the ice.
Oh my god, it's picture perfect.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
Softest player in the league ending up on the Bruins would be so funny.
Oh,
He's not. He's
no.
already got his first suspension out of the way. He's already ready to be a Bruin.
Yeah, exactly. It better be the Hallest of Halls. Like, you know what? They got in the Claude Giroux trade, or Philly got in Claude Giroux trade, and Owen Tippett's been phenomenal. They better be getting a haul and a half if it's Marchand.
Brad Marchand, Matthew Tkachuk, and Sam Bennett on one team in the playoffs. The Panthers have a legitimate shot at repeating.
Scary.
Ugh, I'm nervous. I'm scared. Mom, come get me.
Cam Robinson just had to tag on and Florida to his thing about everybody still working.
Oh my god, this is going to be just entertainment, guys. Top tier entertainment. Watch Ace's reaction live to finding out that Brad fucking Marchand is a goddamn Florida Panther. Ugh. Oh, we got Burge. Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, bye Marchand. Woohoo! My God.
If they don't get at least a first round pick for Brad Marchand, I'm gonna cry. You got it. You got to get at least that. Otherwise, just keep him.
Yeah, this better be the best possible return. It's funny. I just saw 2 back-to-back tweets. I would rather Brad Marchand walk for nothing in free agency than deal him for Toronto. And then I also just saw, as long as it's not Toronto, best possible return. I don't care where he goes.
Marchand to the Panthers is pending, according to Incarcerated Bob, who has had a few broken deals before.
Yeah, I know. I don't trust Bob. Bob used to be great like 10 years ago. I just don't trust Bob. I don't trust Bob anymore.
Well, you don't like to go and grab, Hockey Buzz Eklund style?
Okay, hold on.
Pierre LeBrun, still pending league call, but told Brad Marchand is indeed going to Florida.
Yeah, I was just about to say LeBrun and Fried just put it out there. Wow. My God.
Yeah, Chris Johnson just tweeted again. Brad Marchand indeed going to the Panthers.
Oh my God. Again, this better be the hallest of halls.
I have to know the return. I have to know the return.
It needs to be ginormous.
Yeah, I think AJ very eloquently have described my opinion on this. Fuck. I mean, honestly, I was supporting trading Brad Marchand. I'm in support of trading Brad Marchand in the current situation, but only pending on the return. I need to know the return before I can decide this.
Yep, Friedman confirms too.
Marchand to Florida, it's happening.
They're in the trade call queue, says Sarah Valley.
Bye, Marshy. Come back in free agency.
Yeah, exactly.
The very last member of the Boston Bruins from the 2011 Stanley Cup team is no longer a member of the team.
Who's the new captain?
Charlie McAvoy.
Agreed. I was talking about this with my dad last night. He's like, we were debating Pasta and McAvoy, and I said McAvoy has said all the right things. He said all the right things for me not to trust him as captain.
Canes are done for the day. No additional moves.
I mean, granted, you could re-sign him in the offseason still.
Great. Yeah. And free agency. Bring it back.
Yeah. I mean, we asked them to blow it up. This is blowing it up. And I get people are going to be really sad, but if you're blowing it up, you're trying to get return.
I texted my wife. I was like, Marchand to the Panthers. She's like, worst decision ever. Oh, man.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm looking at the Panthers roster. Oh my God, they just Chris Johnson, Carlo Leafs.
Yeah, Brandon Carlo to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
They're blowing up the world here.
Oh my God.
Woo!
Oh my God. We've turned Jake.
Laughing.
We've turned Jake into the fucking Joker with these moves.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That's got to be at least 2 first-round picks coming in, at least.
Yeah.
First Bruins Leafs trade since 2011.
Holy crap.
I told you, at least, I said 1 to 2 more trades coming, and there they are, right there, 2. And I think that they're probably going to deal. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they dealt someone. If they're moving Carlo and Marchand, you might as well trade all the guys. You might as well. Like at this point. Yeah, Korpisalo, too. I'm sure that people need a goalie.
I've got 20 minutes left in here. I got to take off at 3:30, but I am just like, wow, Berg, Bruins Twitter is going to explode.
I look forward to this Don Sweeney press conference later this afternoon. That is going to be must-see TV. Must-see TV.
The Bruins have exactly one good player at the moment, and his name is David Pastrnak. They're also at Mass Gen for different reasons. Yeah, so this clearly tells me that Sacco's not coming back. I wonder if this tells me that Don Sweeney isn't coming back, and he just said, fuck it, and decided to screw everybody over.
I'm flabbergasted right now. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic because, like I said, I've liked every deal that he's done up until I've heard about these 2. Timmins was pulled off the ice for Toronto, likely return in the Carlo deal. You're muted, by the way.
That's my dad being like, "What is going on in the House of Commons?" Year 10 of Don Sweeney, 0 cups, 4 head coaches, fired a Stanley Cup winner, fired someone that then immediately won the Stanley Cup, fired a coach with a 715 points percentage. Just remember that, party people. Colorado is bringing back Eric Johnson. That's a nice feel-good story. I keep forgetting the team's in Tampa. They're playing the Lightning right now, so Marchand just has to hop across Alligator Alley.
Do they play tomorrow, or is there a game tonight?
I don't think it's tonight, no.
I think it's tomorrow, yeah.
Yep, it's tomorrow at 3. I'm guessing it's one of the ESPN triple headers, something like that. That'd be my guess.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be clippable for you guys. I just totally turned into the Joker there. And how much should I call it? We're on ABC tomorrow. 12:30 Kraken Flyers, 3 o'clock Bruins Lightning, and so it's an ABC doubleheader. And then 7 o'clock Maple Leafs Avs on NHL Network. I feel like I should just hop on a flight to Tampa right now. I could probably slot in on that 4th line.
I don't even know what to say, man. I'm waiting for the returns. It's hard for me to provide anything of entertainment value right now.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This fella, Mike McMahon, after years of going all in to win a cup, this was going to be the Bruins' destiny at some point. Need to restock their very empty shells. Curious about the returns on Marchand and Carlo, withholding judgment, but they needed to do this eventually.
Well, look who's on the schedule on Tuesday for the Bees.
Yes, sir. At home.
Against Brad Marchand and the Florida Panthers. Oh,
Senators
man.
are close to getting Fabian Zetterlund from San Jose. That I thought he was a big piece of their core going forward.
This is a good point. Joe McDonald just tweeted out, not only does Marchand have another chance to win a Stanley Cup, I'm sure Sean Thornton had something to do with Panthers getting him.
Oh, absolutely.
Good old Sugar Sean.
I still remember his penalty shot against Andrei Pavlik.
That was nasty. Disgusting shot. Nobody was expecting that.
I will say this regardless of what the return is. Whatever the return is, he has balls to do this. I've waited for Don Sweeney to have the cojones to do big shit like this. HFFO, unless the return is huge, wouldn't make sense for a GM to blow it up. You're not necessarily wrong in that scenario, but then again, who knows what people do when they're feeling malicious? Malicious compliance. Hey, you wanna scrape the bottom of the barrel and start over, including me? I'll make sure you scrape and start from the bottom of the barrel. So who knows? Maybe he's doing it under the guise that he's going to be the GM, and then it just becomes a more attractive place for a GM to have like carte blanche to shape what he's looking for. Because the cap now for the Bruins, the amount of cap space they must have sending Marchand out and not having them. I mean, he was a PD UFA anyway, but not having Carlo, not having Coyle, their cap space must look fascinating.
It's going to be a wild offseason in Boston.
Yes, it is. Oh my God. John Sweeney just Thanos snapped half the team. Utah with a cap clearing move, sending Shea Weber's contract that still exists, along with the rights to defenseman Soderstrom and forward Atu Ratu to Chicago for a 2026 fifth rounder.
What are you talking about, Slicer? What do you mean Colorado? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. And Eric Johnson going
Yeah.
back to Colorado. Yeah, we talked about that.
That's a nice little depth move, a 7th defenseman move for them. I wonder if they're going to extend Geeky.
I don't want him to, but at this point, I mean, fuck it.
Yeah.
Utah has traded Shea Weber to Chicago.
Yeah, so
Chicago-
they're cap clearing.
Yeah.
I really like Utah. I don't know if they'll make the playoffs this year or whether they'll, sneak in, not sneak in, but they're a really interestingly primed team. And I think that clearing cap is good for them.
Oh, man. What is the return?
I know. Now I feel like I'm...
Burge is a... All right, Burge, until you know what the return is for this Carlo deal and this Marchand deal, you cannot say he crushed this deadline. You can't say that. You got to wait to those two things. So far, on the deals that we know, I agree. But I got to know these two deals. Got to know it. That's gonna determine it as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Jake.
No, you're good. I don't even remember what I was saying. How quickly is that the in-house media team getting that thank you for everything, Brad, welcome back, Brad video ready for Tuesday night?
Oh my God. Hey, Arya.
Adam Kimmelman tweeted Brad Marchand, Matt Tkachuk, and Sam Bennett in the Panthers locker room with the slap shot, guys.
Arya, they traded Brad Marchand.
They did?
Don't come over here. I'm on camera.
What?
Hey, he's part of the Florida Panthers now.
What? That he's
And
on-
Carlo to Toronto. You can tell her that too.
Yeah, and Brandon Carlo got traded to the Leafs.
So who are the new players?
We don't know yet. We're waiting to find out.
What?
Yeah,
That's some crazy stuff.
I know.
Why would
Good question, kid.
It's a good question until we figure out who's coming back and what's coming back.
That's what she
Toronto
asked.
ha-
For who?
Toronto has to be sending a first-round draft pick our way, right?
You got to.
Has to be
You
sending
have
that
to.
first-round draft pick.
You have to. That
And
2026.
maybe even then some.
Yeah. The earliest. first pick
What
have.
did they get for Chris Tanev? Or did they just sign Chris Tanev UDFA?
I think they got him in. I don't remember.
Or not UDFA, but I mean just unrestricted. Okay, it was just a signing. Pardon me.
All right, now the Bruins need to win the draft lottery.
What is it? Hate for Higgins and miserable for Misa. Those two guys. If you can get Misa or Higgins, you started your prospects.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh boy.
If it got done in time, Buffalo has sent Henry Jokiharju to the Boston Bruins.
What? Timmins and DeWar are rumored to be coming back in the Carlo trade.
Timmins and who?
DeWar.
Connor Dewar.
Yeah, Dewar. Sounds like
I'm
Bruins are getting Fraser Minton in the Carlo deal.
So Minton, Dewar, and wow.
I feel like you got to get a first in it, though.
Yeah.
These are not yet finalized whatsoever. Oh, Lumi, man, it's not great right now. Not great. I'm a big Bruins fan, and the Bruins just traded away like two institutional players.
Yeah, huh?
Neither Misa or Higgins is the projected one overall. Who's your projected one overall then, Hiff? I'm on the edge of my seat waiting. I'm right there with you, Blix. Yeah, rebuild's coming. I mean, I would call this I mean, you still have McAvoy, you still have Swayman, you still have Pasternak. You still can do a retool here, but when you dealt away Carlo and you dealt away Coyle, that seems a little bit more like a rebuild than a retool so far.
Yeah. Yoki Hari was on Team Finland for 4 Nations.
I'm going to start following hockey. I live in Michigan. How bad are the Wings right now? Wings are on the upswing, I think, but they still need to figure a few things out.
The Iser plan feels a little weird right now for the Red Wings, but I think getting Todd McClellan as their head coach certainly has solidified some things for them.
Yeah, Yoki Haru to Boston. I don't know anything about Henry Yoki Haru.
He's a right-hand shot Finnish defenseman. He was on Team Finland for 4 Nations. He's an interesting piece. I just don't know what for.
I'm wondering if it's a hockey trade instead of, because I don't see why the Bruins would be in a position to trade futures for Henry Yoki Haru.
What if they sent Zaka or a Geeky?
I'd hate that second option.
So now we're sitting on 3 different moves. Matt Kachuk tweeted, oh no, is that a parody account? It is a parody account, damn it. I wish that were real. So now we're sitting on 3 moves. We're waiting for the return of. Sweeney woke up at 3:01 and traded half the roster. My will to live has ended. I'm just reading off my timeline of the best stuff. Oh, Greg Campbell also works for the Panthers, by the way. So Soupy, too.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Says DJ Bean.
I texted the wife. I said, oh, yeah, Carlos to Toronto, Marchand to Florida. She's like, any front office terminations yet? Zetterlund to the Senators for Zach Ostapchuk, by the way.
Okay.
What really does suck, and I got to shout out Mia for this. Marchand was going to hit 1,000 points with the Bruins. He was only 24 points away, if that was indeed his last game with the Bruins.
Oh, man. That sucks.
I need the returns. I need them.
I know. Sitting on our hands just waiting.
Connor Dewar, Connor Timmins, and a first likely part of the deal or the deal for Brandon Carlo.
Coming from who?
No one reputable.
Okay.
Paul Bissonnette.
That's right, Matt Cormier. We still have Hampus Lindholm. You're right. I keep forgetting this.
Although, if you can even play at the same level, I mean, that's the same injury that ended Kevin Miller's career.
Yeah, that's true.
Kevin Miller's a little older, though.
Yeah.
I need a beer. Ugh.
Maybe something stiffer than that.
Are you sure you have to leave in 3 minutes? We don't even have the returns yet.
I got 10 more minutes. I just got an appointment at Forest across town that I somehow have to get to.
Watching the Bruins die in front of Mikey Grinnell has been an all-time honor for your boy Lit. That's funny. Slicer says, pretty sure Yoki Haru has had moments where they look good, but is very up and down. I don't think they are that old, though.
No, Yoki's on the younger side of things. I believe.
He was born in 97, or sorry, 99.
Okay.
He's been on Buffalo for the last 6 seasons. 25 years old. I mean, the Bruins like that 25 age.
That is true.
It's going to be a very different looking team. Holy smokes.
Jeez Louise. Yes, it is.
God, we're like silent just because we're just fucking slamming that the refresh button.
There's nothing to say until we know these returns.
San Jose gets a second in the Zetterlund deal.
Okay. I don't know if that ticks the needle.
Are you going to do
At this point, I'm just going. It's baseball season coming up. Spring training's going on. Apparently, the Red Sox have been hammering home run after home run today. So it's 15-2 Red Sox. So if you want to look for a team on the up and up,
for now, they'll fuck it up. They always do.
Trevor Story homered. Trevor Story homered twice. Alex Bregman homered. Trace Thompson hit another home run. Nate Eaton hit another home run. So I don't know.
I'm wondering if there's anybody else they dealt outside of Carlo.
I feel like we would have heard it. We're about a half hour outside of calls. You know, I feel like if we would have heard a blockbuster, we would have now. But I wonder whether it's a part of that Yoki Haru trade.
My game plan season account rep emailed me. He's like, Aaron, Ace, are you ready to renew your game plan? I was like, nope. Why wouldn't you want to renew?
Shayna Goldman from The Athletic always has the best Gossip Girl-esque tweet.
Oh yeah, that was good.
We make our fortunes, then call it fate. Queen Bee isn't taking any chances this year. He is trying to claw the Cats back to the finals at any cost. With Marchand in the fold, Florida just added fuel to the fire. If Brad can't beat them, maybe it's time to join them. XOXO. Okay, now we're getting Fraser Minton is a part of the Brandon Carlo return.
I don't know enough about Minton's game. He's young, huh? 20 years old. 38th overall in the 2022 draft.
So he's a young up-and-coming kid. I just put that in a chat, and someone says, I love that for Boston. Thrives in physical battles, good defensive presence, and understands in-zone coverage. Has a very high engine, high compete level. Great on the PK. Probably projects to be a middle six center with a lot of upside.
Minton has some decent hype to him, but hasn't been able to make the jump to the NHL for Toronto yet.
But I wonder
Could
if
be
that's
a
because
solid
their
pickup.
core is just, stacked the way it is right now, and just he couldn't break in.
It's going to be weird
Nico
watching
Rantanen
this
and be
game.
like, things to do in Raleigh, leave. Yeah, Scott McLaughlin says he's one of Toronto's top prospects. Fraser Minton is at his best when he's chasing after guys. He's not a game breaker by any means, but he's a multifaceted forward who can play whatever role asked of him. He should be capable of stepping up higher occasionally when paired with a lethal shooter too. So is he Trent Frederick for cheap? Is he like Trent Frederick when he was good for cheap?
I'm at a loss.
Same here. And a first. I believe I just saw that somewhere. I can't find it anymore. Apparently there's a first.
Good. A first in that Carlo deal will be important.
Fraser Minton is a great kid, has an impressive work ethic. I'm sure he's going to have a long career. Ultimately, he's more of a 3 or 4 C given his lack of offense.
Yeah, I was talking to one of my buddies who's a Leafs fan. He said likely ceiling is second line center, likely caps out as third line center.
That's fine. So you just basically replace Coyle or Frederick for younger and cheaper. Leafs are giving up a first and a prospect, and there are multiple trades involved here. Complicated deal going on, says James Myrtle. So is this the quadruple team deal?
I have no idea what's even going on right now. I want to know about that Marchand deal.
Same. I'm on pins and needles. All right, this is where I gotta bounce out. I gotta make it across town somehow. So it has been great being here. If I hop on in the car, I'll hop on in the car. But what a deadline,
I wish we got
guys.
the full reaction, but
hey,
appreciate
guess
you jumping
what?
in, Jake.
One of the trades we broke didn't happen. Raquel stayed put in Pittsburgh. Didn't get done in time.
That's interesting. Oh, man.
All right, y'all. I got to bounce, but it's been great getting to talk to y'all. Let's see what these Bruins look like, and we'll have a great episode to talk about on Monday. That's for sure.
We will have plenty to talk about on Monday. Thanks, Jake, buddy. Catch you later.
Absolutely. Peace, y'all.
Bye. What I'm wondering now What I'm wondering now is if at first and Minton is involved, if it wasn't more than Brandon Carlo. Does the NHL require physicals for trades? How does that work with an IR player? I don't think so. I mean, a good example of why that doesn't matter, Break, would be the deal last year with Pat Maroon. Minnesota's front office and their doctor staffs cleared him, said he was ready for contact. He got to Boston, he wasn't. Deal still held up. I think if there was too many concerns about that, it would have been something that would have impacted last year's deal. Hearing that the Leafs deal for Carlo might have a catch. Some are saying that Carlo doesn't want to go to the Leafs. Who can blame him? Retain salary. Yeah, potentially. I mean, Bruins are full sell mode now, so we'll see. Oh man, I need details. I need details. I need them. I need to know. I can only spam this refresh button so many times. Ugh. Timmins is not going to Boston in the Carlo deal. The Penguins are acquiring Timmins. My daughter wants me to give a shout out to her and her friend Raylan. So shout out Arya and Raylan. Connor DeWar is also heading to Pittsburgh from the Leafs, so he's not involved in the Bruins deal either. I'm curious who the Pens sent to Toronto. Do you think it's part of the same deal? I'm very intrigued. Yeah, it could be. It could be, Maddie. That's right. The Edmonton Oilers announced that Evander Kane will not return in the regular season. Sabres get Brandstrom. New York Rangers get Albay Kubel. So it looks like it's just going to be the Toronto first and Fraser Minton to the Bruins with Carlo going out. Dallas does have a trade call pending in the queue. So that the Penguins' return of Timmins and Dewar is also involved in the Bruins trade. So it's a three-way deal, at least according to Frank Saravalli. Meanwhile, Charlie McAvoy is posting pictures of him with Coyle, Frederick, and Marchand on his Instagram. So that sucks. If the Leafs had Boston and Pitt do double retention, the Leafs could get Carlo this season and next 2 for $1 million. I want to see the Leafs fail forever, so whatever. Yeah, I assume that's what's going on. I assume Pittsburgh was acting as the cap facilitator. Brandon Carlo on air with us at TSN.
A little bit. Did you think it was a possibility?
To be honest, the last couple days I wasn't really thinking that much was going to happen, but we were talking.
I don't even want to listen to that interview with Brandon Carlo talking about the Leafs. So it would be the 2026 first, so not this draft, but the next draft was part of the Carlo deal. I mean, all things considered, though, Minton, who is an NHL caliber forward and a first round pick, that's a good trade. That's what you want if you're retooling. Bruins' biggest gap is at center. We talked about it. We got Middlestat now, and now we have Fraser Minton as well. We also have the kid from Minnesota. I'm struggling a little bit here. Ooh. Of course. Of course. That's just how it works. Still waiting to hear back on the Marchand return. Rumored return on the Carlo deal is a first round pick in Fraser Minton to Boston. The Pens are giving up a late round draft pick to take Connor Timmins and Connor DeWar from Toronto. The Leafs needed to clear salary. Don Sweeney's press conference has been moved to 5 p.m. So far, every trade that I know the return on has been a good deal. Doesn't change the fact that as a Bruins fan, I'm a little disappointed, a little sad. It's an end of an era. First time the Bruins have sold in a long time. Even the 2015 retool wasn't as broad as this. So still got McAvoy, still got Pasternak, still got Lindholm, still got Swayman, still got the good foundation of a team here. And now we got a bunch of kids that are coming in here to try to prove that they can play at the NHL level and prove that they can be true NHL stars. I'm excited to see Minton. I'm excited to see Middlestat. I'm excited to see whatever his name is. I'm interested in knowing more details about the Yoki Haru deal. Apparently, Daniel Sprong is going to the Devils. It's going to be a long end of the season indeed. And every loss counts at this point. Maximize our percentage chance at that first overall pick, as far as I'm concerned. Every loss is a win. Oh, God, I hope not. I already gave the answer. Go get David Carl. Go get David Carl. Gonna have to write an article about a trade deadline postmortem. Gonna have to get started with that this evening. Let's take a peek at Florida Panthers draft capital. No first till 2027. No second in 2025, second in 2026. Oh my God, they didn't even get a first for fucking Marchand? Are you kidding me? Bucci Gross is saying a second, which is a conditional first for Brad Marchand. Maddie, I don't know, dude. I have no idea at this point. I am flabbergasted. That's the only report that I'm seeing right now on the Marchand return. And like I said, the first they have available is 2027, so that's still 2 seasons away. Oh my God, and the second isn't even... Jesus Christ. Bucci says a second in 2027 that turns into a first in 2028 if conditions are met. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Blakes. 100% agree. If the rumored return is true. Two years ago, the Boston Bruins team that set a record for points in the regular season. There's only 5 members of that team still on the roster. Pasta, Hampus Lindholm, Pavel Zacha, Charlie McAvoy, and Jeremy Swayman. That's crazy. Oh boy. Well, I probably need to just end this one here. We're going to be live on Monday night recording. We'll do a full trade deadline postmortem. We'll have a lot to talk about. We'll be breaking down the deals, crying into our beverages. We've been live for 4 hours, 17 minutes. Really appreciate everybody that took the time to join us today. Had some fun. Big Bruins trades, for better or for worse. I like the trades for the most part, unless that Marchand one is true. But I got to step away from my computer. I'm mentally and emotionally exhausted. So I'll catch you guys next time.